others that are long-standing in the immigration system who have not been deported, either because they don't have final orders or because they have not responded to those orders. So once they began to try to carry out that pledge, I think they found it more challenging. I'm not too sure that was a surprise. The result is that we have fights going on across the waterfront, and all of them deal with deportation, but they are very different legally. So a good example is the controversy this week. So these parolees were brought into the country under an executive order by Joe Biden. And he gave them this 2-year period of parole. Now, that doesn't give them any special immigration status under federal laws. It simply was essentially a grant of or a waiver of enforcement by the Biden administration. The Trump administration said that what was done by executive order can be undone, and they not only stopped the parolee program, but they also shortened the remaining period for existing parolees. A district court said you can't do it. You have to make individual determinations, which is itself quite daunting. I mean, if you do over 500,000 individual determinations, it sort of blows the gaskets off the system. Mm-hmm. So I think that that's a good example of what the administration is facing. The number of people the Biden administration allowed into the country, we simply don't have the immigration judges, courts, and personnel to handle each of these cases through to deportation in any reasonable period of time, certainly not within the remaining years of this administration, even though it just began.
Let's talk about the case of Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia grad student who judge has decided he can face deportation for his role in protests on the campus of Columbia University. Now, his lawyers are saying his free speech has been targeted. You wrote a book called The Indispensable Right, Free Speech in an Age of Rage. I urge people to go out and read it if they haven't already. Is free speech being targeted here?
I think there's a serious free speech concern in the Khalil case that became magnified just before the hearing and the decision of the court in Louisiana. When the case began, the Trump administration emphasized, in my view correctly, that they were deporting Khalil because of conduct. They cited the fact that he played a key role in protests that involved criminal acts, involved trespass and damage to the Hamilton building at Columbia, for example. That's conduct, and you can deport him on that basis. They also claimed that they had evidence that he was associated with Hamas. What was interesting is that just before the hearing, the administration made a critical change in its position. It said that the Secretary of State could deport Khalil and others for, quote, otherwise lawful conduct, and specifically said that they could deport him if his views are damaging or harmful to the nation's interest. It seems to me that the administration decided that the Khalil case was the stronger of the cases, and it wanted to go essentially for a 3-point shot. It wanted to try to get the court to accept its broader interpretation of this federal law, giving the Secretary of State sweeping authority. That law is indeed sweeping, and the language favored the administration. And it was on that basis that the court ruled in their favor. So it was a very significant win for the Trump administration. For the free speech community, it is concerning because all of this talk about viewpoints really raises a chilling question for free speech. You're allowed to protest in favor of Palestine. That includes both citizens as well as non-citizens. You are not allowed to engage in conduct that is threatening or harassing to others. You're not allowed to commit destructive acts.
There is also the case of the man who was, according to the government, mistakenly deported, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And the United States has sent him to El Salvador. In a meeting at the White House, the El Salvadoran president has basically said there's really no way that he has the power to bring him back, even though the U.S. Supreme Court says his return should be facilitated. Now, there's a key word in there, and that's facilitated. And I'm not sure a lot of people know what that actually means. Can you shed some light on that?
I'm not too sure how much help I can be, because after the opinion came out, I wrote a column that was rather skeptical over what a type of writ of facilitation even means. I've never seen that creature before. The problem is that the court does not bother to define the term facilitation. What it says is that it was not comfortable with the lower court's order or the administration to execute this task to bring him back. They simply said, we agree to the extent that the order was to facilitate his return. Well, the Trump administration immediately claimed that that only established an obligation that if Garcia shows up on their doorstep, they'll have to open the door. That is not what the district court interpreted. The district court believes that the administration has to take good faith steps to try to bring Garcia back. Now, the problem with all of this is that there's really not much the district court can do. Garcia is an El Salvadoran being held in an El Salvadoran prison. The government of El Salvador must bring him to our doorstep. Otherwise, the only way we could execute that order would be to effectively kidnap an El Salvadorian citizen against the wishes of that country. That's obviously not going to happen. The president of El Salvador simply said, I am not going to order him to be brought back to the country because, like the Trump administration, we view him as a terrorist. So the Supreme Court might have to deal with this again. The one thing I will note is not only do I not think Garcia has much of a chance to return to this country anytime soon, if at all. The problem for Garcia is the only reason he's in the United States is that the court granted him this special status that allows him to stay here during appeal. That status was lost when the government defined MS-13 as a terrorist organization. So all the government has to do if he came back was to go to the court and say, look, your early order is invalid because his status has changed, because the status of MS-13 has changed. We want him deported. And then he gets deported.
So even as the government says MS-13, the connection there warrants his deportation, should there be due process involved?
It is certainly true that 9 justices of the Supreme Court believe that due process was not allowed here. I don't believe he received due process. That's a rather easy call since he was just put on a plane and sent out of the country. The question is really a matter of jurisdiction, what courts can really do about it. At this point, he is a foreign citizen sitting in a foreign jail, and that foreign country says it's not going to return him. So the district court may have to confine its attention to whether it believes the Trump administration has acted in good faith. But even then, I'm not too sure what the district court can do about it.
We are almost 100 days into this second Trump administration. Do you foresee this next 4 years as constant court battles for President Trump?
Yes, but people also have a short memory. When Joe Biden came into office, he also eviscerated virtually every Trump executive order that came before him.
He did.
And that led to challenges in the court. And courts have, would then sort these things out. And historically, presidents win most of those. They lose some. That's going to be the same thing here. Trump has actually prevailed in a number of key fights recently. But it'll be a mix of results, and he will have to comply with those outcomes. I do expect that this is going to be a constant feature of the second Trump term, but it may actually begin to taper off in terms of its impact. You have a lot of these issues that are being litigated at the same time up front. That's what the Trump administration wanted. They knew that there would be forum shopping. It is not an accident that virtually all of the judges issuing these orders are in blue districts or in places like California. The Supreme Court almost came out and said that in the last round of orders. They sent the Khalil case and other cases to districts where they belong. And it was pretty clear to everyone that they were saying that they're not going to allow forum shopping and judge shopping to occur. So I think that the court is going to be on more of a hair trigger to deal with a lot of these cases on the shadow docket, a lot of these cases summarily, until lower court judges get the message. So it'll become more and more difficult for judges judges to issue these sweeping decisions as we get more of these orders coming from the Supreme Court.
We are going to watch all of this as it continues to take shape during this second Trump administration. Law professor and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley joins us. Thank you so much for being with us.
It's my great pleasure. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Storms, fires, power grid failures, supply chains stretched thin. There's never been a better time to get prepared. And right now, My Patriot Supply is offering something they've never done before. For a limited time, when you order their 3-month emergency food supply, you'll receive the Mega Kit for the same price. That's over $360 worth of real beef, chicken, fruits, and vegetables, included absolutely free. And this kit isn't just about surviving. It's built to keep you strong, delivering 2,500 calories a day. That's 1,000 calories more per day than other emergency kits on the market. Whether it's a long-term outage, a short-term crisis, or just a little peace of mind, this food is ready when you need it. It stays fresh for up to 25 years and ships fast and discreetly from MyPatriotSupply.com. This is an unprecedented offer, and it won't come around twice. Take control of your family's future while you still can. Visit MyPatriotSupply.com now. That's MyPatriotSupply.com, America's leader in emergency preparedness.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Odyssey and Wendy's are partnering to help children in foster care find forever homes. Here's your chance to help this effort and enjoy a delicious Wendy's Frosty treat. Now through May 25th, simply head to any participating Wendy's and purchase a book of 6 free Junior Frosty coupons for just $1. The net proceeds will help the Adoption Center find forever homes for children in foster care. So head to your nearest Wendy's and buy a Frosty coupon book today at participating Wendy's while supplies last.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, April 16th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Federal judge says the Trump administration is dragging its feet for not securing the return of an illegal immigrant from Maryland mistakenly deported to El Salvador, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. His attorney, Rena Gandhi.
They can move that the case is reopened. They can present evidence, which we have yet to see, of their allegations. But a judge is the one who makes the decision to remove withholding of removal.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller disagrees, telling Fox.
He is not a Maryland man. He is not a Maryland anything. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador with a deportation order from the United States.
The Justice Department says if Abrego Garcia returns, he'll be removed from the country again. A man the Justice Department has claimed is a leader of the MS-13 gang is a step closer to being deported. Fox's Rich Edson.
The judge says he will grant the Justice Department's motion and dismiss a case against Henry Villatoro Santos. Attorney General Pam Bondi alleged Santos is a leader of MS-13 and eligible for deportation. The judge says he's giving Santos time to bring an entirely separate lawsuit because the lawyer says he's concerned about his immediate deportation.
And a suspect is in custody in a school shooting Tuesday at the Wilmer Hutchins High School campus in Dallas. It is a student. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. For an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Investors are coming off a rare quiet day on Wall Street after what's been a volatile month of trading over President Trump's tariff plan and uncertainty over import taxes. Stocks finished in the red Tuesday. The S&P fell 9 points. The Nasdaq dipped 8, while the Dow fell 156 points. The modest moves were a respite following weeks of huge swings. Shares of GM and Ford could bounce back today as President Trump has hinted at a potential pause on auto tariffs. Both American car makers did suffer stock losses Tuesday. Shares of Boeing grounded amid an escalating trade war with China. Beijing ordering Chinese airlines to halt purchases of Boeing aircraft. Chipmaker NVIDIA planning to invest billions in the U.S. President Trump called for all necessary permits to be expedited after NVIDIA announced plans to make AI supercomputers in the U.S. for the first time. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The Communist Chinese, are ascendant. They're investing in their military. We're going to achieve peace through strength.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures talking about producing more combat ships and fighter jets and better missile defense. Navy Admiral Samuel Paparo is in charge of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command and tells the House Armed Services Committee the U.S. has a shrinking advantage over China in the sea and air. They make more ships and jets.
They are producing
fighters at a rate of 1.2 to 1 over the United States. Furthermore, their advanced air-to-air missile, long-range air-to-air missiles, also present a tremendous threat.
Air Force Deputy Chief for Operations Lieutenant General Adrian Spann at a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee hearing last month says it's a smaller force with older airplanes than ever.
Airmen have and always will get the job done, but today they do so at elevated risk. Meanwhile, China's military forces are expanding and modernizing.
The Trump administration considers China our top national security threat.
Well, I think what you saw was that the defense secretary made a trip to the Pacific and was talking to our allies there in the Philippines and in Japan about how the Trump administration was going to invest in these regions like never before.
Jonathan Horn is a speechwriter for President George W. Bush and author of the new book, The Fate of the Generals, MacArthur, Wainwright, and the Epic Battle for the Philippines.
And if you look at the situation now, it does bear some resemblance to the situation before World War II. It's true, back then we were worried about Japan, and now it's China. But the clock may be ticking against us as we have to get prepared for a war that we may not be ready for.
Yeah, your new book is about World War II, which we'll get to, but what are the parallels that jump out at you today in terms of the conditions leading up to the war and our involvement in the war?
Well, I think one of the parallels that jumps out at me is that if you look at the Philippines, which back then was a United States colony during World War II, it remains a hotspot in the region today. And we remain treaty bound to defend the Philippines, which I think a lot of people don't realize. There's a lot of focus on the island of Taiwan, but the Philippines is actually a treaty ally of the United States, and you have Chinese vessels ramming Philippine boats in the South China Sea, where the Chinese are making really, really grand claims to the waters of this area. And this could be a flashpoint for tensions with the United States and China, which, of course, are already sky high with the tariff war.
But let's talk about the past. The book is called The Fate of the Generals. MacArthur, Wainwright, and the Epic Battle for the Philippines. More people obviously know about Douglas MacArthur. You say General Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright's story belongs side by side with his. Who was he, and what was his role in the Philippines?
Well, that's exactly right. Everybody knows Douglas MacArthur's famous vow. He said, "I shall return," after being ordered to leave the Philippines in 1942, which was then an American colony under invasion by the Japanese. And he left his army there to starvation and surrender. But very few people know about the general who took command of the Philippines after MacArthur left. His name was General Jonathan Wainwright, and he also made a vow, and his vow was to stay with his troops and share their fate, even when it meant becoming the highest-ranking American prisoner of the Japanese during World War II. And my feeling is you can't understand Douglas MacArthur's vow to return to the Philippines unless you understand Wainwright's vow to stay with his men.
He was held and tortured, eventually released. Talk about how was he received at the time? Was his importance understood at the time?
He was very worried during his years of captivity. As you mentioned, he was tortured. He was brought from the Philippines to Taiwan and eventually all the way to Manchuria, where he endured negative 49-degree temperatures in 1945. And he was very worried that Americans would not understand the decision that he had made to surrender for the sake of his men. And in fact, Douglas MacArthur was very angry at Wainwright for the terms of the surrender. But the American people did ultimately understand the decision Wainwright received. And when he did return home to the United States in September 1945, he received a ticker tape parade in New York City. And he received, most important, the Medal of Honor, our nation's highest military award, from President Truman at the White House. It's just unfortunate that in the years since, his name has largely been forgotten.
Yeah, even though POW Recognition Day falls, it was a week ago or so now, on April 9th, which is the anniversary of that surrender. 80,000 American and Philippine soldiers there in 1942 giving themselves up, and many of them, of course, not making it. Getting back to the present, thinking about World War II, then, of course, it was an all-hands-on-deck effort. There's a lot of talk now about moving manufacturing back to America, supply chains and whatnot. Now, then, all these factories converted to the war effort. With our economy now and our supply chain now, would that even be possible? What would we do?
That's a great question. And one of the things I think that needs to be discussed more openly with the American people so they can understand. I think there's a lot of questions right now about our relationship with China, the tariff, and there probably is a need for greater communication with the American people. I'm putting on my old speechwriter cap here and thinking that it does require more explanation for the importance of being able to produce weapons here at home and to be prepared for war. That's all part of the military preparedness. And the lesson that General Wainwright drew when he finally did return home from his terrible ordeal during World War II was that the need for preparedness. And of course, our country was not willing to bear those burdens in the years before World War II, not willing to bear the burdens of being a great military power. And it was our soldiers who paid the price for that unpreparedness, specifically in the Philippines. And I think that's something no one wants to repeat again as we look to the 21st century.
Putting morality aside, should we have been more heavily involved in the war earlier than we were? Would the outcome have been better, faster?
Well, I think certainly we needed to make more investments in our national defense in the years before World War II, because military strategists in Washington had a plan to defend the Philippines, but every time they ran the plan, they basically realized we were going to lose. And if you just look at a map, you can see the geography. Japan is far closer to the Philippines than the United States, so that Japan can bring forces to the Philippines far faster than the United States could. So even if American troops in the Philippines retreated to Bataan Peninsula, as they did, they would not be able to hold out long enough for reinforcements to reach them. And we knew that we were in trouble back then. And of course, if you look at the world today, the geography is not necessarily working for us again. We still face serious challenges.
We probably still have an advantage, certainly in the water and in the air, but that's shrinking. I know China's making more combat ships. They're making more fighter jets than we are. It's hard to imagine a shooting war with China, but it's always floating out there. And I wonder if the chances of it are greater than they have been in recent decades.
Well, I think you certainly can't discount that type of thing. You need to be prepared for this scenario. And I think the best way to prevent something like that from happening is to have massive military investments, to have the strongest military in the world. That deters aggression and helps keep us safe. And it's also important to strengthen these alliances with countries like the Philippines, which is why you saw the defense secretary being there as one of his first visits abroad and talking about the importance of the relationship we have with the Philippines.
And you mentioned that you were, you're a former presidential speechwriter. You worked with the George W. Bush administration during a not necessarily terrific time to be writing speeches during the 2008 financial crisis. Talk about the challenges of getting through that time compared to what we may be going through now, if we're not going through it already, with our trade war.
Well, obviously, one of the great challenges is being able to speak as an administration with one voice to give Americans a clear picture of what's happening when times are very uncertain, and to choose your words very carefully, because the markets are hanging on every syllable that the president says. And one way we thought about it during the Bush administration was that Americans sitting at home had a lot of questions. And we structured a primetime address that way to the American people, that we knew people had questions and the president was going to do his best to provide those answers. And then we may be approaching a moment again where it is necessary for President Trump to come forward and talk to the American people, to explain his thinking, to explain what is happening with China as this tariff war takes hold.
Yeah, I assume that you're going to say President Bush was more disciplined in terms of delivering speeches than our current president is. And you can see when he's reading a speech, and you can tell when he goes off and maybe comes back. Does that make you wince at all when you're watching President Trump speak as a former speechwriter? That he is veering off like that, or do you just figure, well, that's just who the guy is, and you work with his strengths?
Well, of course, people do have different strengths as speakers. That said, President Trump is able to drive a consistent message. You can see him do that very well at times. And I think this is one of those times if he wants to carry the American people along with his policy, he's going to need a consistent policy, a consistent message. And I think it's also important we focus on the presidential speech, but his advisors and cabinet secretaries also need to be on the same page, because it is confusing and you have Americans trying to make the best decisions they can with the economic realities of the day. And they are looking to the president to understand what that reality is. And the words do shape the business climate, and it helps to know what the policy is.
Let me just finish with the book. Why General Wainwright? How did you come across him? I mean, obviously he was known. You got access to more documents than previous people have had who wrote about him. Why General Wainwright?
Well, if you can believe it, it had been more than 40 years since anyone had written a biography of General Wainwright. And in that time, a vast number of Wainwright's personal papers, diaries, letters, other documents had become deposited in military archives. And as a result, a lot of these papers had never been explored. So here was an opportunity to be able to tell General Wainwright's story in a way never before possible. I think to restore him to his proper place in history, side by side with the legendary Douglas MacArthur's. And that's what I've tried to do with this book, The Fate of the Generals.
Fate of the Generals, MacArthur, Wainwright, and the Epic Battle for the Philippines by Jonathan Horn, our guest today on the Fox News Rundown. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A federal judge says the Trump administration is dragging its feet, not securing the return of an illegal immigrant from Maryland, mistakenly deported to El Salvador, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, his attorney, Rena Gandhi.
They can move that the case is reopened. They can present evidence, which we have yet to see, of their allegations, but a judge is the one who makes the decision to remove withholding of removal.
And White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller disagrees, telling Fox...
He is not a Maryland man. He is not a Maryland anything. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador with a deportation order from the United States.
Suspect is in custody now in a school shooting at the Wilmer Hutchins High School campus in Dallas. 3 of the victims are students. Police say the 17-year-old suspected shooter was taken into custody Tuesday night. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The defending NBA champions have their first round opponent. Orlando pulled away from the Hawks in the NBA's play-in tournament Tuesday night, defeating Atlanta 120-95 to secure the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs and a date with the Celtics in the first round. Cole Anthony came off the bench for the Magic and scored 26 points while adding 6 assists. Trae Young, who had 28 for the Hawks, received 2 technical fouls and an automatic ejection with under 5 minutes remaining in the game. Atlanta still has a chance to reach the postseason as they'll take on Wednesday night's winner between the Chicago Bulls and the Miami Heat for the 8th seed. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
You want people to believe that you're seriously considering Shedeur Sanders and would be okay possibly trading back if you gave up a haul to do that. They don't want to do it. They want to draft Cam Ward is what it looks like. But you leave every opportunity on the table and don't tip your hand at all. I think they're tipping their hand with this. I think it's a mistake. I think even if you don't want to draft them, you have them. Teams have done this forever. They know they're not going to draft someone. They have them out to work out anyways. It's part of the process. You have to at least have the appearance that you're interested in drafting someone different. I think it's a mistake by the Titans, and I hate this is not a shot at Jim Wyatt, who works for the team, and I get that, and I like Jim Wyatt a lot. But putting the thing at the end, like, oh, they've scouted multiple games, and they've been to his pro day, and they're an NFL team. Congrats.
Yeah. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Few advancements in the ongoing trade war. The European Union and the U.S. were unable to bridge trade differences this week, as White House officials said the bulk of the U.S. tariffs imposed on the bloc will not be removed. President Trump is also urging China to reach out in order to kick off negotiations after Beijing ordered its airlines not to take any further deliveries of Boeing jets. The Canadian government is easing up on automakers and says it will import a number of U.S.-made cars and trucks without tariffs as long as the companies keep manufacturing vehicles in Canada. Apple reportedly prepared for the Trump administration's tariffs by shipping nearly $2 billion worth of iPhones to the U.S. back in March. According to Reuters, Apple's main India suppliers were behind the airlift that marked the biggest shipment ever for Apple. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition?
That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Yo, Philly. Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry!
Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Kids 14 and under will add a favorite to their rotation when they receive the Independence Blue Cross Aaron Nola replica jersey on Saturday, May 3rd at 6:05 when the Phils host the D-backs. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phil's City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, April 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10:30 this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Once again, we have Anna.
I love the fatties.
Hummel joining us from Florida.
Oh my God. It's true.
That's right. Anna.
I love the fatties.
So Hummel. She loves the fatties, and she's down there in Florida today. Anna, how are you?
I'm doing great. Doing okay. It was my first day back at jiu-jitsu yesterday, and it felt like it because a 14-year-old beat me up, so that was cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was big, though. Bigger than both of you, but still 14 nonetheless.
See, this is exactly why. My whole case, my whole point has been proven correct for 3 years. Men have no place competing against biological females because Anna just got served by a 14-year-old.
Yeah,
there's no biological difference. Okay.
In all fairness, he would have beat both of you guys up too. So
how do you know that? How dare you? I am very tough. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to know how tough I am, Kayal? I'm
so tough that you're gonna walk to pick up your bike in New Jersey.
I'm playing injured today.
You know, is it the pollen?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
My allergies are killing me, but that's not it. I'm playing injured today. I had to go up and put something up on my roof yesterday, and I smashed my fingers in.
Oh my God! Look at those.
In the ladder.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are they broken?
Oh man.
I don't know.
It's bruised up.
Oh, you got the nails, or the nails have the discoloring too.
Just one nail. Yeah.
That's gonna fall off and die.
That's cool.
Well, at least maybe you can chronicle it and document throughout the next couple of weeks on the show.
Yeah. It was super painful. It was super painful. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, oh God. My son was there, and I tried not to, like
let all the words out.
Yes, and try not to go, oh God, help me.
Stalker basically hit the dump button on himself and did a.
Holy crap! It was way more. It was way worse than holy crap.
Wow.
But so I'm playing injured today.
Okay.
This may affect the bike ride.
You got out of it.
Yes.
Road Warrior on the YouTube chat says, I'm not buying any of it. That's makeup. It's not. It's look. I can barely
Yeah.
I mean, they're not broken because I can move them, but.
And that's your dominant hand, right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very painful. Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right.
you very much. So it's going to be day by day. It's going to be day by day if I can do the bike ride or not.
I feel you. Anybody else out there with the pollen feel like their head's going to explode? I thought I had a migraine yesterday. I took 4 Tylenol.
Yeah.
Didn't work. And then I saw the pollen count. They're saying that this is a Pennsylvania April record for pollen.
Yeah, it is brutal. I feel like I have a sweater in the back of my throat.
See, it's all in the head for me. It's not in the throat.
Yeah.
It's not in my nose. I'm not sneezing. My head feels like it's 1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And I have a big enough head as it is.
I always feel like a superhero around people with allergies because I feel nothing.
Yeah. I usually don't
play in
either.
pollen.
Yeah.
Fresh cut grass. I
Yeah.
might sneeze once. No big deal.
Did you ever have them?
No.
Never.
Just a great immune system.
By the way, wait till you turn 40. You might get them then.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
No, I'm serious.
I know there's late onset
yes.
allergies. It actually happened to my boyfriend,
Yep.
and I still make fun of him. So hopefully that doesn't happen to me.
My wife did not have any allergies until like 38 or 39. So,
wow.
Yeah. Oh, no. And now she gets them really bad.
Yeah.
Like really bad.
Yep.
So there
Yep.
you go.
I wanted to take the bottle of Zyrtec last night and just liquefy it and drink it.
Yeah.
But I didn't. And I'm here. All right, we have a lot to get to today. A good big take on free speech within the media, free speech within academia, Trump against the Associated Press, Trump against Harvard, FIRE, which is a free speech organization based in Philadelphia, has entered the chat. We'll get into that in the big take this morning. Also, this back and forth, it's like a tennis match that just won't end between the Trump administration and the Maryland family man accidentally deported to El Salvador.
Well, Chris Van Hollen is going to El Salvador today, the Maryland senator.
That's right. All the Democrats are getting in a caravan, and they're going to drive to El Salvador.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if they end up in that jail?
LOL.
Yeah.
They're going to need to cross out of land over water, and I don't know that the caravan can do that, but maybe they'll figure that out by the time they get further south. We'll get to that. Also, the FAA dunks on the Blue Origin females.
Uh-oh.
Anna Hummel
They're
will get
not
a
the only
victory
ones.
lap. Yeah. Take that, Katy Perry.
Yeah, and Gail King said that the reason we are talking about it the way we are is because of sexism.
I was going to say racism, but
No,
sexism was number 2.
Sexism.
Yeah. Yep. Of course they are.
Speaking of
'Cause they're
sexism, we have to get to this story. What is the rule, and do we have a double standard with being on the clock and trying to scoop up a phone number of the opposing sex? This revolves around the Atlanta Braves in Major League Baseball.
This is such a great story.
My favorite story of the day.
It is such a great story.
Yep.
It sure is.
And did it almost feel like a setup? Do you think it was a setup? I don't know.
Possible.
Like two hotties sitting out in the the upper deck.
I think this confirms again the straight white man is under attack in America. It's got to end. I won't stand for it.
Yeah.
Also, the Home Alone 2 director, Chris Columbus, not Christopher Columbus, although he is Italian, has TDS. We'll talk about that today. And then I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we ran out of time. The hypocrisy, I believe, amongst conservatives with comedy stemming from 2 SNL skits over the weekend. We have to get to it today because if we don't, people are focused on the next SNL, and that's all of 1,300 people that watch it. So we'll get to all of that. Cut sheet, and we've got Tony Bruno as well at 7:30. But let's get to the news because the music bed is already expired.
7 minutes worth of music.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
Yep. We just basically did a segment setting up the show. So now we get to the
love it.
news. Round number 1 at 6:08. Here is Anna Hummel.
Let's do it. Today is April 16th, 2025, and it's currently 45 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather, you can expect windy and a bit cooler with a high of 54. And tonight, clear to partly cloudy and breezy with a low of 38. Kayal and Company News live for the 6 o'clock hour. Judge rejects defense that Goudreau brothers contributed to their deaths by cycling impaired. The family of NHL hockey player Johnny Goudreau and his brother Matthew listened in pain Tuesday as lawyers debated whether the men's own drinking contributed to their deaths when they were hit by an allegedly drunken and enraged driver as they cycled at night. After nearly 2 hours of argument, a judge agreed that the issue was moot under New Jersey criminal law, upholding all the charges against the driver, including manslaughter and vehicular homicide. Quote, there's no credence in the argument that there were contributory negligence on the part of the cyclists, the judge said. According to the defense, the Goudreaus had a blood alcohol content of 0.129 or above, higher than the 0.08 legal limit in New Jersey and the 0.087 BAC that police recorded for Sean Higgins, which I believe is the driver.
Mhm.
His lawyers had hoped to have the manslaughter and vehicular homicide charges reduced or dismissed.
You know, it's funny. It's not funny, but I did. I actually met Johnny Goudreau when I was in Nashville in 2018, and it was at one of the Broadway honky tonks, and somebody introduced him to me. And I'm not trying to dance on anybody's freedom or career grave, but he was obliterated. He was a complete mess. Shocking. Hockey guys like to booze.
To drink.
It's honestly, it's indefensible and inexcusable in the day and age of Ubers and Lyfts that anybody, if you're out having a good time, would get behind the wheel and risk other people's lives.
What about biking under the influence?
Biking, anything. Yeah, It's just, why risk it? Either stay at home and booze, have a designated driver, let somebody be drinking club soda all night, or you're a hockey player, you've got money, find transportation home.
Yeah, I gotta say this, and it's a tragedy what happened, absolute tragedy. But
There's a butt coming.
But they do bear some responsibility biking while intoxicated. They do, because you're not going to have the same reflexes. You're not going to have the same response time. Even if this person is driving, crazy or drunk, whatever, you're not going to have the same wherewithal to do that. So yes, they do.
Totally.
They do bear some responsibility for it. I hate to say it. I don't wish this on anybody. It's a horrible situation, but the truth is the truth.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, I don't think it's a moot point, but apparently the judge does.
Yeah, I don't.
It's unfortunate, but two things can be true at the same time, right? Like
also,
the driver of the vehicle is impaired, and so are the bikers.
Well, if it's just about sentencing, then I do agree that I don't think the person should get a lighter sentence because they were intoxicated.
Right.
I think he should still get the same.
Sure.
But you can't discount that.
What are you don't hear this too often where both parties in an accident are intoxicated.
Yeah.
It's usually one that's being reckless and the other one that's just the wrong spot, wrong time.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. New Jersey Congressman Norcross in intensive care has sepsis.
Oh, boy.
New Jersey Congressman Donald Norcross is hospitalized and is in intensive care, his office said on Tuesday. According to a statement from Norcross's office, the congressman was taken to Cooper University Hospital on Monday, April 7th, following a medical incident that required hospitalization in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Did he smash his fingers in a ladder?
Your fingers are going septic.
Sorry.
Sepsis from that, unless it broke open and you get some crazy infection.
Wow.
But you should be okay.
Thank you.
Hopefully. I know it hurts though.
It's day by day, Anna. You know what I mean? I'm playing hurt.
Did you ice it?
Got you.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Took some Advil.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shot of tequila.
Of course, that's Nick's remedy for it.
Hey.
You got to do what you got to do.
Damn right.
Truck fire closed a stretch of Pennsylvania Turnpike in Lehigh County. A truck fire closed a stretch of the northeast extension of the Pennsylvania Turnpike in Lehigh County on Tuesday. The incident occurred around 1:30 p.m. on April 15th. Video obtained by NBC 10 shows a truck on fire. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it was pretty intense.
I know exactly where it is. It's right around the exit where I get off in Allentown to go see my sister. Yep.
Oh, did you? You didn't see it yesterday. I think it was... Oh, went to see your sister.
Yeah. No, but I know exactly this location. It's a disaster. That northeast extension, when you get up to the Lehigh Valley, past Quakertown, just a train wreck.
Clearly. Officials have not yet revealed if anyone was injured or the cause of the fire. And that is Kayal Company News Live for the 6 o'clock hour.
All right, Anna. Also in sports last night, the Phillies defeat the Giants 6-4 at the bank. Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, both driving in 2 runs apiece. And Aaron Nola will go for win number 1 of the year tonight in Game 3 of their 4-game series with the Gigantes.
Win number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, win number 1. Hasn't been a good start for Nola.
No.
Phil's still 1 game back of the Mets, but then again, it's April 16th. And if you're tracking standings in baseball, may I suggest a hobby other than tracking standings in baseball? All right, Kayal and Company, we'll come back and... All right, let's get to it right now, actually. Yeah. We'll do a Wednesday midweek Big Take.
The Big Take. on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Free speech within media and academia. You know, the reality is this: the media is not your friend. The media, especially legacy media, is the propaganda machine for the Democrat Party. And academia, mostly colleges, but, you know, education in general, almost universally liberal to progressive, with many of the Ivy League institutions having a 9-to-1 liberal bias amongst professors. And I disagree with all three of said institutions on a majority of issues, but that doesn't mean I want their viewpoints to be silenced, censored, or canceled. If you are a free speech absolutist and believe vehemently in the First Amendment, you don't stop speech you disagree with. You counter it with better speech, better facts, better arguments, better policy. From CNN to Harvard University to the Trump administration to FIRE, a free speech organization headquartered here in Philadelphia, today is plenty of railing against the left, but also calling the Trump administration into question. Harvard University is a total disaster, in my opinion. We've talked about it a ton the last 2 years, from the suppression of free speech of conservatives to anti-Semitism to the funding of their school with taxpayer dollars. There's plenty to break down. On Monday, Harvard said that it would not comply with a new list of demands from the Trump administration that were issued last week that the government says are designed to crack down on anti-Semitism and alleged civil rights violations. University President Alan Garber vowed that Harvard would not yield to the government's pressure campaign, saying, quote, "The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights," Garber said. Here was Caroline Leavitt yesterday speaking on behalf of the Trump administration. Listen and watch.
When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students or students of any faith should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already? And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists.
Here's the bottom line. What Caroline Leavitt said and what Trump is demanding, I am 100% on board with. It's quite simple. If you take the time to read Title VI, I never want the government to be in the position of dictating what a college or university says or does. However, if you are receiving government funding, it's as easy as this. If you want the cash to keep on coming, you'll adhere to federal or state law. If I'm in the business of financing you to some extent, I have a say. And the system is broken. The United States federal government takes your tax dollars and sends it to these institutions. If they're state schools, I get that. But these private elite programs are tax exempt. They have, like Harvard does, a $50 billion endowment. And then they get reportedly $3 to $9 billion a year in additional taxpayer funds coming out of our paychecks. These Ivy League schools are basically double dipping like the Associated Press. And if you remember the story that Doge uncovered that showed that the AP was not only a for-profit business model, but they were also being funded by USAID, which comes from your bank accounts. I actually think you can argue that Harvard and the Associated Press are worse than PBS and NPR because they are double dipping in funds privately and publicly and spinning propaganda. Staying with Harvard and bringing in FIRE, who I'm a big fan of and usually agree with as a free speech advocate, but I think they're getting it wrong here. Their motto is free speech makes free people. Totally agree with that. But they are wrong in defending Harvard and criticizing the Trump administration. Fire tweeted the following yesterday. Standing up to the federal government's strong-arming takes courage, and Fire applauds Harvard for not caving to the federal government's unlawful demands. We've long been critical of Harvard's inability to fairly protect the free speech of all students and faculty, but we must not allow the government to coerce, extort, or capture our colleges. A principled defense of academic freedom requires no less. End quote. All of that sounds legit, right? Wrong. While most hate speech is protected, threats, harassment, and violence is not. That is why eventually police and campus security had people arrested in the fall and spring of 2023, a few years ago, after the Hamas attack on Israel sparked nationwide protests on college campuses. Now, having said that, I think Fire at least has an argument when it pertains to another free speech story with the Trump administration, and that brings us back to the Associated Press. News coming down yesterday that the White House has barred an AP reporter defying a court order. Axios writes that the White House denied access to an AP press reporter and photographer from an Oval Office press conference on Monday, despite a court order last week that it must cease blocking the AP from such events beginning Monday. Now, it is worth pointing out and noting that the Oval Office is a different setting from the briefing room, which is where Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stands at the podium to address the reporters. On one side, I agree that the AP should be allowed in the Oval Office, but only, in my opinion, if they're no longer receiving taxpayer dollars for their operation and their business model. But the truth is, nobody is saying that they can't cover the administration, report on them, publish journalism, create content. They just won't have the same access that they've always had. Fire went on to tweet, when the White House opens the doors to the press, the First Amendment walks in too. No journalist has a right to special treatment, but every journalist has a right to equal treatment, end quote. I agree with the First Amendment part, but they aren't silencing your speech. They aren't ceasing your operations. And why do you believe, Associated Press, in a limited space, that you're guaranteed access every time? Cough up the tax dollars, and then your point has more merit. See, I believe if you love America, free speech should be protected as long as no harm is done. If you hate America, your free speech is permitted as long as no harm is done. Which actually brings us now to CNN and, surprisingly, George Clooney, of all people. Did you know that George Clooney is putting on a Broadway play right now about media? The play is called Good Night and Good Luck, and it's about journalist Edward R. Murrow and the role of honesty and integrity in reporting as a journalist and a member of the media. Except the final scene of the play includes Elon Musk doing the Nazi salute, which, as we know, he never did. Which goes to show you, from a Broadway performance to reality, why mainstream media is no longer trusted. Case in point, CNN and hating America. Donald Trump has accused CNN of hating this country with how they covered for Joe Biden and his cognitive decline. Also defending open borders and protecting illegals, and making Trump out to be the bad guy for trying to eradicate the problem and protect Americans. And this all occurred a few days ago with Bukele in the United States. Dana Bash had to address this a few days ago. Listen and watch this clip.
Say, for the record, since we heard President Trump say in the Oval Office that CNN hates our country, CNN does not hate our country. That should go without saying. I've been here for 32 years, and
most of America hates CNN because nobody watches it anymore. The only problem, Dana, is that CNN has been putting on this song and dance and this performance for quite some time, probably going on for a decade now in the Trump era of politics, constantly bashing America, hating on the country, and then claiming otherwise, like Dana Bash did right there. How do we know? We have the receipts, courtesy of our friends at Newsbusters and Grabian. Listen and watch this.
Here's a breaking news. We live in a racist, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic country.
Everything they're doing runs against making America great.
Well,
it was never great, so I'm not going to say the again part, but making America great.
Kicking off the Independence Day weekend, President Trump will be at Mount Rushmore, where he'll be standing in front of a monument of 2 slave owners and on land wrestled away from Native Americans, told that be focusing on the effort to, quote, tear down our country's history.
They strongly believe, these human smugglers, that this is their chance to enter the United States. This is their chance at the American dream. That's why they risk everything, only to find out that it's all a lie.
And when we got our freedom, our quote-unquote freedom, we were never restored whole, which is why you hear about reparations. So until the United States atones for that and makes good on that, we're still living in a racist country.
So apparently America's the worst country on the planet. I might not like that montage, but it's your right to say it. I also say, if you don't like it here, you're free to leave. I think Harvard is completely in the wrong. I think FIRE is mostly wrong. I think the Trump administration is slightly wrong with how they've handled the Associated Press. Why? Free speech, brother. In media, in academia, it's what the founding fathers envisioned. And it's pretty easy, in my opinion, to digest what's allowed and what carries consequences. If we don't have free speech, we don't have a free country. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Buying a home with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union. You can unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, and discounts. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433-838. 855-839-1210. That's our phone number if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the YouTube chat. Kayal and Company just underway here on a Wednesday morning. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts. Anna Hummel in for Dawn. Tony Bruno an hour from now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Waiting for the break of day, searching for something to say.
631, Kayal and Company, never searching for things to say. In fact, some would say we say too much, which is why we get to the cut sheet usually 7 minutes later than normal. But that's a good problem to have, because it's talk radio, and you're supposed to talk. Nick, Anna, Greg, Phil, Jimmy, Tony's coming up at 7:30, the cut sheet at 7:45. And don't forget, coming up just about 3 weeks from yesterday, so they're down to 20 days. It is the next Politics and Pints, Trump's first 100 days. Myself, Dawn Stensler, Dom Giordano, Rich Zioli. Tuesday, May 6th, Colonial Theater, Phoenixville, PA. Which is actually the closest Pints and Politics to my house that we've ever had.
Well, thank God.
I am all for this one.
Thank God.
On a Tuesday at 7:30? Oh, yeah.
Thank God that we made it close to Nick's house.
I'm surprised we didn't have this one in Ocean City, Maryland. You can get tickets before they sell out. 1210WPHT.com, baby.
Yeah, by the way, tickets are selling super fast, so I would not sleep on this. Get it now, because once they're gone, they're gone. No friends and family. No, like, hey... we knew each other back at the Ocean City Boardwalk. Remember that?
Who are you impersonating,
I don't
by
know.
the way?
I have no
Jersey
idea.
Shore guy.
Yeah, Jersey Shore guy.
Yeah.
Can I get tickets to that Pints of Politics now?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Politics and Pie. It's going to be great. By the way, do we have somebody that's going to, are you going to be there like moderating at Stockton?
I'm not participating in this.
Okay.
I want nothing to do with you people.
Okay.
I don't even know who hired all you people.
It's a shame, isn't it?
But no, I will not be there. Nobody wants to hear from me anymore.
Okay, I was just trying to think about, I was actually thinking about this seriously yesterday. I'm like, is Zioli going to kind of like moderate it and take the lead like he does for Radiothon?
There's going to be no moderating. It'll just be each of you will bring out a topic, immigration, all the big economy, all of that stuff.
War.
And then you'll pontificate on it, and then
Nice.
just go back and forth. We'll take some questions,
Yeah.
comments from the audience.
Okay.
Might be a little montage with some of our contributors,
Mhm.
and it'll be a fun, rollicking time. Plus, did I mention there's booze?
Well,
Ooh.
it's half
Nick
of the
will be
reason.
there.
It's half of the reason I'm coming. First of all, I'm mandated to go.
Yeah,
Secondly,
you are
there's
mandated.
booze, so I'm like, you know what? It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Yeah. 1210WPHT.com. Get them now before they're gone.
There you go. All right, Anna Hummel, you're a college
Yes.
graduate. You're a free speech believer. You're Jewish. What do you make of this Harvard Trump tussle here on free speech, anti-Semitism, who's being trampled on with rights? Your take.
Yeah, so I was listening to the great Douglas Murray yesterday. I don't know if everyone is familiar with him. I think he may have been in prep a little bit. But he was on Rogan, and he made a really astute point. He brought up this this ambassador to the UN. I don't know if he was British or American or whatnot. But the ambassador warned the public that, if you go to the UN and you sit in one of these committees or bodies and you listen to the country speak, he's like, you would walk away from that thinking that the most liberal free countries on earth were the worst, because those are the ones constantly talking about civil rights and any sort of violation of those. And if anything, for example, the George Floyd incident, anything potentially racist happens in America, the whole world hears about it, right? If something racist happens in Iran, nobody talks about it. If something racist happens in North Korea, I don't know how it would happen. No one's coming in or out of there that's not North Korean. But in the event that some sort of domestic violence in North Korea, no one's going to hear about it. So you have to be mindful, because if you were to just hear the news, you would think that America, the UK, Australia were some of the worst places to live. But those are the countries that care the most about free speech or liberties or just living in a free society. I know that one of the people in one of the clips you played was talking about reparations. I really think that that's probably one of the dumbest things that you could do to a society is make people pay who did nothing wrong to other people who suffered no consequences of
who
racism.
were never wronged.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly. Were there some things that happened in the past, of course, that weren't good, and we need to talk about them and make sure that they don't happen again. But to make it seem like, this is what I hate, make it seem like white people are uniquely bad, it's just a lie.
Yeah.
It's just a complete lie. We all know how the slave trade started. It wasn't that white people were picking Africans out of Africa. They were sold into slavery by their African brethren from, either maybe they're POWs or neighboring tribes or something like that. And also the whole, we also brought up the Native American history, which again, I also find problematic, to make it seem like the Native Americans were just a bunch of peace-loving tribes that just wanted to live off the land. Many of them were very, very violent and killed each other. The Sioux, the Comanches, the Apaches. If you look into their history, very, very violent groups, or even the Aztecs. They were.
Keep going. What other groups? Go ahead.
Just living in teepees, smoking the peace pipe.
No, that's just not the
bothering
case at
anybody.
all.
How dare you, Anna Hummel?
That's just
Come
not
on.
the case
Come
at all.
on.
So listen, I'm all
By the way,
about.
I could totally see Stalker in a teepee smoking a peace pipe.
That's how I want to retire.
Wearing very minimal clothing. His hair's disheveled. His fingers are bruised.
Oh, yes. Thank you very
Poor
much.
guy. Yeah, so listen, I'm all about talking about history and things that happened, but we need to stop blaming people who had nothing to do with it and rewarding people who suffered no consequences of it. So that's kind of my take on it.
And it's like history's repeating itself all over again. 70 years ago, we're talking about Nazis and Adolf Hitler and concentration camps. And I'm not saying that in 2025 there are Jews on college campuses being sent to concentration camps, but we have these pro-Palestinian protests that reached the point last year, and we talked about this in the fall of 2023, so it'd be a year and a half ago, where they're not only not allowing you to get from point A to point B, but there was false imprisonment. You could call it kidnapping, so to speak, when they were locked in libraries and they had to barricade doors because they were fearing their lives. And then we find out some of it was funded by certain people. Some of these were professional protesters, not necessarily college students that have gained admission to the campus. And these schools like Harvard and Penn and Columbia, Dartmouth and Brown, there's some in Philadelphia, there's some up in the Lehigh Valley, Lehigh, Lafayette. You have people like Claudine Gay, who ultimately had to resign for other issues. And these presidents of these institutions are taking our tax dollars,
right?
Which is another ridiculous concept that we should talk about, and allowing free speech to go above and beyond. I actually, as much as I detest it, I don't like seeing pro-Palestinian protests anywhere. But as long as you're doing it peacefully, you have the right to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like we
Just
have to accept speech we don't like as long as it's not going above protected speech.
Right.
Yeah.
That does not include obstructing traffic. I have a special place in my heart for these people who obstruct traffic, and I think that we should just honestly run them over. It's
that's what
I agree.
You know, especially if there's like we're pretending like emergencies don't happen, and also if you need to get home to relieve the babysitter or get your kids or whatever, or just go to work. If you're obstructing traffic, I'm gonna tell you once, twice, thrice, and then I'm pressing the gas pedal, and you better get out of the way.
The problem is, though, is that we would get, because I agree with you 100%, but we would get locked up for that because that's, they would look at us and throw away the key. Like, they're just peacefully protesting, and you with your gas guzzling car.
Why can't you peacefully protest on the sidewalk?
I agree.
Why do you have to do it in the street?
Because they're S-sters. That's all they want to do. They just want to stir S, and there's no real point to it. Whatever the cause du jour is that day, they're involved in. So there's no real feeling behind it. It's just like, hey,
it's faux outrage.
What can we grift today?
Yeah, like we showed those clips last week of that guy being approached. What does that sign mean? He's like, I don't know, and then he hands the guy the flyer that he got when he walked into the festival or the protest or whatever. People have no idea, and people need hobbies.
Right. Yeah. There's people
I am
on
a
social
big advocate
media.
of hobbies.
They're just seeking something to be offended by. Most of us seek enjoyment and pleasure in life. These mad people seek out to be offended. They doom scroll, right? They look legitimately for something to either induce fear or to get pissed off over whether or not they know what they're being pissed off about, right? Like these people just show up like, what's a fascist? I don't really know.
But I'm against it.
Well, but you have it on your sign. I know. I'm just having a good time, bro. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Like, this was kind of like a rebellious thing, 40, 50 years ago where people were rebelling against authority. Now I feel like in some weird way, Stalker, it feels like a Gen X reboot, except they're not rebelling against like simple things like teachers and parents and guidance counselors and going to church. They're rebelling against their own country and hating the country that they have more rights in than any other nation on the planet.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's not a new thing. You know what I mean? Like back when I was young, you had bands like Rage Against the Machine that were raging against the machine. Now they are raging against
God only knows what. I think it's more so they just need, it's like a sense of belonging.
Sure.
They need a community to belong to. And because people don't have like hobbies and they're more isolated despite the fact that technology's connected us more virtually, I just feel like they need they need a tribe. And a lot of them choose this like bizarre hill to die on and tribe to join. But
you're absolutely right. 855-839-1210, the phone number if you want to jump in. Coming up next, immigration, deportation, border madness. We're going to get to not only the border stats for March, which are absolutely astounding. We're also going to give you a little bit of a local story in Pennsylvania and New Jersey with ICE and an illegal sting. And then what the Democrats are doing. They're not praising Trump for making our country safe and secure. They are truly quadrupling down now on the Maryland man. And in fact, Cory Booker has some more things to say because talking for 25 straight hours was not enough. He obviously, I don't know, maybe Cory Booker could get a podcast or something with Odyssey. He apparently has a lot on his mind.
Lots on his
We'll
mind.
talk about it and we'll play it for you coming up next as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come true to life for more than 45 years. Dawn Stensland here. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. 40% off installation? Visit kitchenmagic.com now. Schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PICO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 6:48. It is a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Did you guys know that Joe Biden is back again?
Oh, God.
Oh, wasn't it great?
Oh, the group chat was fired up last night.
It sure was.
Joe out there doing Joe things.
Can we play this without any context?
You want to tease the audience a little bit for, I think we've got at least 4 cuts of Joe for the cut sheet.
We do. But I think the one that's making all the news, 25, Phil?
Anyway.
Yeah, I've cut 25 there. There you go.
Here we go.
I remember pulling in
pulled into the parking lot, and I'd never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time and I was only going in the 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. They never turned right to go to Claymont High School. I wondered why. Asked my mom.
Oh, God.
Why?
Oh, my God.
So in Delaware, they're not allowed to go to school, public school, with white kids, honey. That sparked my sense of outrage as a kid, just like it does. I mean, and these young kids right here can tell you things affect them when they learn about something that's really just unfair and unjust.
And then 30 years later, Joe Biden in the 90s, when he's a senator in Delaware, is calling black people super predators. Colored people.
Colored kids?
Oh, I don't even want to say it.
What are we doing? What is he doing? What is he doing?
If that was Trump saying that in the same exact setting, in the same exact context, Al Green would file more articles of impeachment.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with this is that I understand what he was saying. He's not in the 50s and 60s. That's what they called horrible.
But there was no black people in Scranton.
But just stop. Dude.
Yeah.
Stop.
It's the same thing.
Stop. He just sounds so like, oh God. It's so
I have like a fun conspiracy theory that I made up yesterday.
I love it.
I feel like one of his handlers must be like on the Trump team. Like they're instructing him to like, they're like, yeah, go out and give a speech.
Do the corn pop thing again.
Yeah.
Do the corn pop.
I was just like, this is why is he go retire in Delaware, go fall asleep on a beach chair like you were doing during your time as president. I understand why you're trying to get back into the mix. It doesn't make any sense.
It's awful. It was painful, but it was Joe being Joe, and he was shouting. His voice would just accelerate for no reason.
Well, the funny thing here too is that he the way this started. This is 27, Phil. The way it started is that they brought him on with, entrance music. And he didn't realize the entrance music was blaring. So he goes, thank you. And then he just started talking in his like monotone voice.
I know.
And the music was roll this.
Thank you. So good to be here.
What?
You deserve help.
There we go. Turn it off.
It's on. Hello.
Like, does he not hear the music?
Who the hell's Biden's? Who's his board op?
I was just gonna say it's like Kayal coming back and me blaring the music for 3 minutes.
Yeah, unbelievable.
What is the point? Why is he?
He's
out
doing
there?
Social Security.
Idea?
He's talking about Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Really is.
It's amazing.
He is a corpse.
Why would they send him out?
Elder abuse.
The guy serves no purpose, and I'm great with it.
I'm telling you, this is like they're trying to. They're doing him dirty. I'm telling you.
Well, it's funny now because everybody's now is writing these books, and we have one on the cut sheet where he said his biggest betrayal, Joe Biden's biggest betrayal, was Barack Obama stabbing him in the back. And all these books are coming out now. All these people like Chuck Todd, Jake Tapper are all of a sudden saying, yeah, the media covered up his cognitive decline. It's like, aren't you the freaking media?
Yeah. It was a shadow presidency. That's what it was. You talk about stabbing somebody in the back. Biden stabbed America in the back with these border numbers. So it's just to wrap up the hour. Phil, if you could, I'd like to throw up this graphic. This is yesterday on Fox, the Southwest border apprehensions. I want you to see these numbers. March of 2024 compared to March of 2025. March of last year, Biden down the stretch. Remember when he was the sharp Joe? It was sharp as a tack. Morning Joe said this is the best Biden we've ever seen.
I forgot about that guy.
137,473 apprehensions at the border. This year, just a month ago, 7,181. That is a decline of about 130,000, or from a percentage standpoint, a 95% decrease. Why is that not one of the biggest stories in the media today? Why is the legacy media more worried about Maryland man versus the success Trump had? You could argue, Anna Hummel, that the border and immigration was the number one issue in the election.
It was for me.
I would say economy slightly ahead. I feel like we were all impacted by the economy, short of the 1% versus the border, but it's pretty close. If you argue border number one, I'm good with that. So Trump says he's going to fix it. If it's the number one issue and it's been fixed instantaneously, I don't know, that's kind of a big story. I feel like if Barack Obama fixed the border, or Joe Biden fixed the border, or Kamala Harris, God forbid if she would have won, in 2 months fixed the border, they would be soiling themselves on live television. Joe Scarborough would need slip covers across the entire set of MSNBC.
He sure would. Yeah, they don't want to. They're more concerned with a personal win than a win for the country, which is really sad.
They're more concerned about rallying the troops and going to El Salvador to bring back Maryland man, right?
Yeah. It just shows you how desperate they are. They have nothing. They have nothing that a senator is going to take a spring break trip to the prison in El Salvador to try to bring back someone who, was it 2 immigration courts?
2.
It showed evidence that he was an MS-13 gang member.
Yep.
Why do you want to bring this person back? I don't know.
Robert
to your
Garcia,
own home state.
I agree. Robert Garcia of California, Maxwell Frost of Florida, and other Democrats setting to apparently and reportedly go to El Salvador and bring this guy back. We'll play you Cory Booker coming up in the second hour as he spoke about this on Sunday's Meet the Press. Kayal and Company, Anna Hummel is in for Dawn. We'll get to some news when we come back to kick off hour number 2, and then some incredible stories. We have an update for the blue, what is it called? The Blue Orion? The Blue
Origin?
Blue Orca?
Blue Origin.
Blue Origin.
Blue
yeah.
Chew?
Blue Chew.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing with Katy Perry and Gayle King. Anna Hummel's going to take a victory lap. And then we have to get to this hypocrisy, not only in comedy, but also in media and in sports when it pertains to some culture issues. And we'll do that before we get to Bruno and the cut sheet. Hour 2's next. Stay right there.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com. Horizonsservices.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Not a joke. Kayal and Company, hour number 2 on a Wednesday morning. 7 o'clock hour officially off and running. Tony Bruno at the bottom of the hour. Bruno will be in for all 4 tomorrow. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. 7 o'clock hour sponsored by D&K Appliances. Family owned and operated. Offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dkappliances.com. 855-839-1210. We're going to get to Anna's news here in a moment. And then in the next half hour or so, 4 incredible stories. Katy Perry, the Atlanta Braves, Home Alone, and Saturday Night Live, all tied into either Donald Trump, culture, sports, and or entertainment. I'm pretty sure this will be the only show in America that covers these 4 stories. But then again, you know.
Well, that's why we're the most entertaining morning show in the Delaware Valley.
That's right. Formats be damned.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Speaking of entertaining, let's go to a lady who's got plenty of thoughts on her mind, and she doesn't tolerate fatties. Ladies.
No, I do not.
That's right.
Tolerate fatties.
I don't.
What a
I'm
great
sorry.
clip. Anna, you're on the board now. You're on the board.
I love the fatties. I really do. And honestly, if everyone in America got healthy, like if RFK Jr. really did his job and America got really healthy, it would be bittersweet for me.
Like Indiana. which is now MIHA, Make Indiana Healthy Again, as the state just signed off on 9 of the, I don't know if you want to call them policies, of MAHA and Bobby Kennedy. Indiana looks like they're taking the reins here from a state perspective and running with it. They might have beef tallow everywhere.
Yes. I mean, again, I don't think that's going to solve the problem. I think they're a bunch of, I don't know too much about Indiana, but I think that there are a bunch of cornballs out there, some husky, Midwestern people that maybe need to diet down a bit. But
showing your elitism.
Very coastal world traveler.
I'm not even going to try to hide it. There is some sort of elitism when you're not 1,000 pounds. If you're like, if I can do it, you can do it.
I'm in shape, and I've never gone to Iowa. Just saying.
There you go.
There you go. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:03.
Right. Today is April 16th, 2025, and it's currently 46 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather, windy and cooler with a high of 54, and tonight clear to partly cloudy and breezy with a low of 38. Kayal and Company News live for the 7 o'clock hour. Program places cameras on Philly buses to record motorists who illegally pass. In a move to ensure student safety, the Philadelphia School District announced Tuesday that vendors had installed cameras on 20 school buses to capture motorists illegally passing while students board or leave.
I love that story, and I love the fact that they're doing something about it. I actually think that there should be perhaps even police. If I was a cop and I had free roaming jurisdiction, I would wait around 3:45 at known bus stops and wait for that little weasel that tries to skirt around the bus at the last second. As soon as that bus puts the blinkers on, right, before the stop sign pops out from the side of the bus, you need to settle down, slow down. I can't tell you how many times I go to pick up my daughters, and there's that one person that just cannot wait 2.5 minutes, and they have to go around the bus. You hit a kid, by the way. You should go away for the rest of your life. Totally avoidable situation.
Death penalty.
Firing squad.
Firing squad. Yes.
You love the firing squad.
Yep.
It is your favorite thing.
Well, you know how you like to shame overweight people because you think it'll make them healthy? Well, I think if we have a severe death penalty that we don't wait. There's no appeals. There's no 2-year process, 10-year process. Like literally, you do this, you're convicted. You're found guilty. The next day, you're shot.
Oh, the next
you're
day.
Shot
it would have
killed.
like a chilling effect.
It would have there'd be no more crime. Yep. I'm telling you, there would be no more crime.
What? Look what Bukele did in El Salvador.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you disagree?
I don't know if it would lead to no crime.
Is the libertarian in you coming out? Because you and I are on the same page with this, and I agree. Rights, and there are people that are found guilty that are not guilty.
No, it's not even that. It's just like, would it work?
I believe it would.
Because a lot of people would think they could just get away with the crime, or they're mentally ill, or I don't know if it would stop crime.
There's no excuses.
No. I'm not saying there's no excuses, but your argument, I think, was that it would prevent people from doing it.
Yeah.
Like it would have a chilling effect.
This also has to be done too, not only for the impatient jerk off behind the bus that can't wait, but a lot of these kids. I mean, every time I see my daughters, they're in 5th grade, so they're the oldest kids on the bus for the elementary school. But you have kindergartners, 1, 2, 3, 4, grade 5. They all come off the bus. They all wrap around. They start running around the bus. They go across into the yard. They're staring at their phone. They are oblivious to traffic, right?
Yeah.
So that's my argument.
100%. Prosecutors weigh hate crime charges after fire at Governor Josh Shapiro's residence during Passover. I forgot it was Passover. So yeah, that's
what kind of Jewish person are you?
I usually find out when my mom will send me a happy Passover or Hanukkah message, and I go, oh, it's today.
So I'm gonna ask a very naive question.
Yeah.
Forgive me about this. Is this like a major Jewish holiday?
Yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah. Hanukkah is not, for the record. But it tries to compete with Christmas. I would lie to kids at school and be like, I get gifts every night. It's like Christmas 8 days in a row. Wrong. I would get $5 and an eraser. Hanukkah sucks. But I was just so embarrassed.
$5 and an eraser.
Yeah.
What, are they sticking in a coffee mug for you?
And you get I don't know if you know what gelt is, but it's just to make stereotypes even worse. It's chocolate coins As if the stereotypes aren't bad enough.
Right.
They give the children chocolate coins, and guess what? They don't even taste good. It's
No.
bad chocolate. It's not even like quality chocolate. So it's just, Hanukkah is just not it. But I would always, feel bad at school because all my friends had Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously I had to ruin Santa for them. I definitely was telling kids in seventh grade.
No.
You were the Grinch, weren't you?
Don't.
Oh, yeah.
Don't say it here. Don't say it here.
Absolutely.
I have no
Okay,
idea. And I have no idea how big our audience is as far as how many Jewish people in our audience. But if you agree with Anna that Hanukkah is an overrated Jewish holiday, let us know in the YouTube chat or on X.
And be honest, because a lot of people want to, cover it up because they want it to compete with Christmas, but it can't. Christmas is awesome. I do Christmas now.
So this is fascinating. So if you're Jewish and you celebrate Hanukkah and then you celebrate Christmas and get gifts for both, is that like the Associated Press being for profit and receiving tax dollars as well?
Yeah, kind of. I had friends who were like half Jewish and they would have a menorah and a Christmas tree. I wasn't allowed to have a Christmas tree growing up because, that was for the goyim. That was for the non-Jews.
Yeah.
But now that I'm an adult, I can do what I want and I got a Christmas tree. So
Good for you.
yes.
Good
yes.
for you. This is this is still the news, by the way.
Yes, this is still the news. A little sidebar to the news. The man charged with intentionally setting a fire at Governor Shapiro's official residence may face ethnic intimidation charges, which are Pennsylvania's version of hate crime charges. Cody Balmer is already charged with attempted murder, terrorism, and other offenses after police said he used homemade Molotov cocktails to set the large fire that damaged multiple rooms in the governor's residence and forced the Shapiro family to flee early Sunday morning.
Yeah, I think I sent you guys this last night as well. His mom tried to have him committed to a mental facility 3 days prior to this. So that would have been like Thursday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's just amazing every time you see these stories where all the red flags are there. Somebody drops the ball. I get it. If you're the mom, it shouldn't be on you. You tried. Free will, right? Like this guy's going to do what he wants to do as long as he's physically able to do it. But seems like the parent, or at least the mom in that case, that knew that this guy was on the tip of exploding.
What do you guys think of the ethnic intimidation thing? Do you think his religion, his faith, his family's faith had anything to do with this?
I don't know.
Somewhat, maybe. I mean, this guy looks like,
Possible, for sure.
he obviously was a self-registered socialist. He hated both Republicans and Democrats. He supported BLM. I mean, if you follow the patterns here, was he pro-Palestine, anti-Semitic? I think that's probably a fair conclusion to arrive at without truly knowing.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I also want to make a point that, if you commit a crime or you have a conflict with someone who is Jewish or black or whatever, it doesn't mean necessarily that you're anti-Semitic or that you're racist, because people like to jump to those conclusions.
Right.
And I'm always like, no. The burden of proof is on the person who, made that claim. You have to prove that it was because of that.
Sure.
And not just because he didn't like him as a politician, which don't set fire to anybody's house. But,
Right.
I hate when people just jump to conclusions that it was because they were Jewish or because they were black or because they were a woman. We can't assume those things.
Yeah, I'm just connecting the dots of Passover, Shapiro being Jewish, and then I don't know, is this confirmed or is this still alleged that his property was being foreclosed on?
They're weighing the hate crime charges is what they said. So it's still in the processing of whether or not this is actually a hate crime.
Do we think this guy's ever going to get out of jail?
He
I
shouldn't.
hope not.
I don't think he will.
No, I don't think.
He's certainly not getting the Carmelo Anthony treatment.
Oh, God.
No, he's not. And just for the record, people charged with ethnic intimidation see the degree of their other offenses. For example, a third-degree felony tied in with an ethnic intimidation charge would be upgraded to a second-degree felony. But in this case, Balmer is facing 5 first-degree felonies.
Okay.
So it would probably just be an aggravating factor.
Yep.
I mean, he should get whatever the reasoning was.
Yeah, throw the book at him.
He should get life in prison.
Sure, absolutely. Daughter of Pennsylvania couple who died says in new open letter she didn't kill her parents. The daughter of a Pennsylvania couple whose deaths are among 6 connected to a cult-like group says she was falsely accused of killing her parents. Michelle Zyko's denial was part of a 20-page handwritten quote, open letter to the world, her attorney provided to the Associated Press on Tuesday. Dated March 9th, the letter also attempts to defend Jack LaSota, also known as Ziz, whom authorities have described as the apparent leader of the extremist group called the Zizians.
Yeah, this was a local story. We just got a text about it with a follow-up. Delco woman, which, in the mugshot, debatable whether or not that's a woman, but it looks like a dude to me. But yeah, this was that cult story. Didn't they travel the country?
They did.
They did. The group has been linked to killings in Vermont, Pennsylvania, and California. A cross-country investigation into Lesotho and the Zizians broke open in January when one member of the group died and another was arrested after the shooting death of a U.S. patrol agent, David Mayland, in Vermont.
Wow.
So,
all right.
And that is Kayal and Company News Live for the 7 o'clock hour.
All right, Anna, 855-839-1210. Let's just give a quick update because this was your big take yesterday. You were fired up about this. Katy Perry, Lauren Sanchez, a.k.a. Jeff Bezos' is it his current wife or his ex-wife? I don't know.
His current wife.
His current wife,
And
yeah.
they're married, right? They got a big wedding. Okay.
Yeah.
Squeeze.
She looks phenomenal, by the way. Would.
Does she?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
you saying would not?
No, she's a little
plastic
too overdone for me.
Stalker says would not.
No, she's very fake.
Well,
like,
yeah.
I like women au natural.
Yeah, I
mean
do
not all au natural, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
you know,
certain spots is better than other. Right.
Keep up with that grooming.
Sure.
Yeah.
Keep up with that grooming. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Anna, your big stance yesterday was that this was not some shattering glass ceiling moment for females, and apparently the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, would agree with you. The headline: FAA rules say that the Blue Origin crew doesn't qualify because the ship was entirely controlled from the ground. So, Anna Hummel, I think you are right, and you deserve a victory lap here.
I sure do. I don't know how they can claim anything. They literally got in the capsule, went up in the air for 11 minutes, came down, and then just gave themselves all the credit. And us as the public, or especially men, have to just go yay, wow, good job. I really feel like I would feel like a child if someone was like, here's your participation trophy. Good job. You did it. I don't know how people feel proud of themselves when they do that. And then when you call them out on it, they're just like, oh, you're being sexist.
Right.
To me, you don't get respect by screaming and demanding it. You get respect by doing what you do, staying in your own lane, and being successful in your own right.
That's right.
If Gayle King wants to listen, I think it's awesome that you even got asked to get on this shuttle, because you got to think about it. Gayle King has had a prolific broadcasting career. However she met Oprah and became best buds, be proud of yourself for that.
Despite never getting any true ratings, which is also another accomplishment.
Whatever the case may be, you've had an amazing career.
Yeah.
You're clearly a millionaire and you're doing great, and you made it into the Bezos inner circle. Just that alone, I would be super proud of myself. You don't need to give yourself even more credit by getting on a ride and going to space. Or I don't even know if it was considered space for 11 minutes.
Real quick, though, did you guys see, and I think we might have played this in the cut sheet yesterday. I know we played a clip of, I think it was Katy Perry, but I saw a quote as well. Katy Perry says by doing this, we're bringing people together and uniting America.
Yes. Yeah.
What the hell is she babbling about?
She probably took a gummy before she went up there to calm the nerves, and she's still on a different planet,
I don't
taking
blame her.
too much THC.
Well, Anna Hummel, you called this a ride, and Gayle King thinks you're sexist for doing that.
Well, I probably am. So.
Roll
What do you think when people say, oh, it's frivolous? Number one, they call it a ride, which I find very irritating because they never say men went for a ride. What do you say to people who think that this was frivolous or just a ride? I think the message that it sends is very, very powerful. And the people that say that, by the way, weren't there.
Oh, yeah, you weren't there. You don't know. You don't know, lady.
First off, men that get on this, they don't go on this little trip and they go, I'm an astronaut now. No, they just go, I went on this cool ass ride.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what they call them? They said, you're not an astronaut, but guess what you are? You're a space traveler.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know how Nate Burleson sits on that set, on that panel. That was the guy to the far right who played 13 years in the NFL and listens to that. I would be like, you didn't really accomplish anything.
Well, he's kind of woke too.
He is. He's another softie.
Hottie Emily Ratajkowski. You guys remember her from? She was the
Blurred Lines.
Blurred Lines chickie.
Yes.
Yeah. This has got 30, Phil. If you have it, she says on the Blue Origin space trip, think about how many resources went into putting these women in space.
Should have left them.
Roll this.
Space mission this morning. That's end time shit. Like, this is beyond.
Whoa.
Oh.
All right, our editing process is
yeah, that's
phenomenal.
no, that's my fault. That's my fault.
So she's in the Blurred Lines Robin Thicke video?
She is, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
she was one of the
Jimmy,
nude models.
Jimmy and Phil, if you can edit that, and we'll play it in during the cut sheet at 7:45.
All right. 855-839-1210. Speaking of females and males, we have to get to this story. This is my favorite story of the day.
When you buy Windows,
Sorry.
Female.
Yeah.
You will not do any teases today, Nick. No. Female sports reporters are outraged over a male Braves reporter for the Atlanta Braves television network because while he was doing his reporting duties, he was getting female fans' phone numbers at the behest of his coworkers, which they said he should do on the air. And now there's outrage. Anna Hummel, we got to get into this on the other side, as well as SNL. Speaking of being a softie, I got to call out my own people on the other side. You cannot pick and choose which comedy offends you on Saturday Night Live and which one you absolutely adore. I'm calling everybody out in the next 20 minutes. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
When you buy windows this spring, you don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows and doors. I'm Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window. We keep it simple. Stress-free estimates, good for 30 days, and we're not staying for dinner. Those big window companies never leave and will do anything to get your money. At Keystone Window, we are different in a good way. Our quality windows are affordable and come with a 50-year warranty, including labor. We don't operate all over the country or use an 800 number that rings at a call center on the other side of the planet like those huge window companies. We are local, and every happy customer means we're getting it right. We offer an honest, everyday low price with 0% financing. We will save you hundreds, if not thousands, on a very warm window. Call today for a free estimate. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a dentist that you can trust? Then you need to have my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I've been telling you for 10 years that patients come to Dr. Bentz from all over the area. Beyond that, they come from other states. The woman from Ocean City I've told you about. It's because they make you feel at home and take care quickly and conveniently. Don't put it off. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949, and visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:24. It is a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Greg Stocker. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn Stensland will be back tomorrow. Tony Bruno in for all four tomorrow. Bruno's going to join us in about 10 minutes. Cut sheet coming up in about 25.
Yeah, I'm firing myself because I'm off tomorrow and Friday.
The full band will be back together next Tuesday. Card subject to change.
Maybe.
It's like a WrestleMania pay-per-view.
I mean, look, I'm injured. Look at my fingers. Look at my fingers. I couldn't.
I know.
I might not be able to make it through the night.
Is that motor oil, or are you really bruised?
Look, it's touch and go. When you're a manly man like me and you're putting ladders up,
Injuries happen.
Stuff happens.
That's
you know,
right.
It's an imperfect world.
Yep.
Screws fall out.
Look at you. Look at you, by the way, on a roof.
Well,
you and I have been basically labeled as guys that couldn't assemble a crib, and here
hopefully,
you. Was this a failed suicide attempt?
Hopefully, hopefully my neighbor and one of my close friends, who was with me, is not listening. I don't think he is because he actually works for a living, so he doesn't have time at 7:25 in the morning to be sitting around and listening to us blab on.
Yeah.
But he was actually the one on the ladder.
Oh.
I may have been holding it.
Wow. Oh, so we've got some altering of the facts here.
Anna, do you think less of me now?
No, not at all.
She's like, yeah, no, you're a.
I just feel bad. That looks like it hurts.
It does.
Really bad.
It does.
Yeah. Well, you're a trooper.
Thank you. I didn't know if I was going to come in today. I was like, oof.
I don't blame you.
Boys, I've got pink eye. I've got COVID. My kid, he's got germs. I'm out.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you remember.
Oh, it's the worst.
You remember that age. They
the
pick
worst.
up literally everything.
Yeah, that's why I left my kids.
I never had pink eye in my life.
I left them for 2 years.
And then all of a sudden, I'm like, what is this goo coming out of my eye?
That's right.
Yeah.
My wife is like, yeah, that's pink eye. I'm like, what the hell is pink eye?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's poop. It's poop particles got into your eye. I'm like,
right.
Oh, cool.
Hand, foot, and mouth disease. Children. Can you imagine working at a daycare?
No.
No.
God,
no.
All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I've got to defend men here. This is just outrageous. Anna Hummel, I can't believe that if you don't agree with me on this one, we might have our first conflict on the show, which would be great radio, by the way. So the headline is Female Sports Reporters Feign Outrage Over Braves Reporter Getting Female Fans' Phone Number. So the Atlanta Braves, here in Philadelphia with the Phillies, they play on NBC Philadelphia. It used to be called Comcast Sports Network. So in Atlanta, they play on the FanDuel Sports Network. So on Monday night, according to the report, the Braves booth announcers, so the two guys, presuming two guys, in the broadcast booth for the Braves and Blue Jays, challenged the team reporter, Wiley Ballard, to get the numbers of two local women whom he interviewed in the stands. To Ballard's credit, he secured the digits of one of the two women, both of which were blondes. We're going to play you the clip in a second.
This is staged, by the way.
You think this is staged?
100% this is staged.
Well, that's fine if it's staged, but I don't think the outrage by people is staged, which I think is the true issue at hand here. However, the segment enraged several female sports reporters from, surprise, surprise, ESPN and CBS Sports on social media. So let's play this, Phil, and let's roll this courtesy of the FanDuel Sports Network in Atlanta, Georgia.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop.
Wood and wood.
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
My name. Wait, hang on. Pause it.
Is that Riley Gaines on the left?
She's like,
No, Rylan Gaines is way hotter than that.
what's the Anna as a female? What's the head cock? My name's Lauren. Did you see that?
Like she's being like flirty and feminine.
Yeah, flirty.
The head
My
cock.
name's Lauren. I mean,
I'm
look, he's a good looking guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure he has no problem, getting the ladies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, roll.
All right, back to the head cock.
Sorry.
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
I'm hammered.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way. Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers. Come on.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right.
So they want me to get your number.
Oh, he says it.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to bury it.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up.
By the way,
even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
By the way, baseball is this boring.
Yes.
I was just about to say that.
That's right.
To spice it up somehow.
Faking it. This might be the new move. You just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
And she's given.
She's playing along.
Yeah.
I am speechless. I got the number. We're good.
Do you think it was a real number?
Well, perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
He's on TV, like. Yeah.
Yeah, those chicks have been whacking high noons for probably 2 or 3 hours. I could totally see it happening. So of course,
do you think the other one was upset, by the way, that he didn't ask for her number?
So which one did he ask for?
Probably.
To his right?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's the number I would have asked for as well.
Yeah, she was the prettier girl.
Yeah.
But is she the goer? You don't know that.
Well, we don't know that.
The goer?
Which one did the head cock?
Oh, God.
The one on the right.
Okay, yeah. All right. So this went viral on social media to the point where sports reporters that are female for ESPN, CBS, and Bleacher Report were saying that if this was the other way around and a female sideline reporter was getting the phone numbers of men, that they would be fired and that this is sexist, this is misogyny, the whole bit. I love the fact that the Braves TV guys did that to him. He felt it looked like when he was turning off his little clip on his belt to turn off his earpiece, like he was like, "Oh man, I can't believe they went there." But then he kind of embraced it. The women embraced it, and I completely disagree with the notion that a female would be fired. In fact, I think if a female did this, they would end up getting a bigger platform.
Wow.
Do you remember this, Anna? Do you remember Hawk Tua?
Oh, yes.
Hawk Tua girl who went famous.
Spit on that thing.
Yes, Belma, spit on that. I mean, she became a viral sensation. She was given a massive podcast. Then she kind of disappeared because she did some scandalous like crypto Bitcoin thing or whatever. And I don't know if it was a Ponzi scheme or whatever. Now she's back on the radar. In this day and age, of hot women saying things that are not politically correct, if that was a female reporter out there in the outfield, she would go viral in a great way because dudes that are not babies would love it. And the Spotifys of the world, the Barstool Sports, anybody that's not afraid of their own shadow would say, we got to hire her. And her salary would quadruple overnight.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, this whole you don't know that. It's just a complete assumption. But a few differences. Number one, female reporters obviously tend to be pretty good looking, and I promise you they don't want to date the fans. They want to date the athletes. And a lot of times they do sleep with the athletes, and they still don't get fired.
Right.
So
Yes.
people need to just calm down.
Yes.
By the way, Mary on the YouTube chat says female reporters not outraged with men playing in women's sports, slamming into them, but outraged because a male reporter
Correct.
asked
Great
a pretty
point.
female for her number.
Correct.
Mary, good job.
Yes. And it's not like, first of all, he didn't hit on and get a phone number of another media member. He didn't get the phone number of a coworker in the workplace. He didn't try to get an autograph of an athlete, which I recall maybe 10, 15 years ago, a Mets reporter tried to get an autograph of a Mets player for his kid, and either the network or the team, whoever employed him, fired him for that, for trying to get an autograph for his kid, which I think is ridiculous and weak. But I understand the professional boundaries. It's not like he did this or was caught on video, not on the air. His colleagues put him up to it.
Right.
Right. Like if Greg and I put Anna up to something right now and she wants to gain points, she has to do it. It's the way it works.
Well, here's the thing too: is that somebody brought up the fact that this is a game in April with the lowly Atlanta Braves and the Toronto Blue Jays, where the Braves are winning 4-0.
Yeah.
So there's not a ton to talk about. So anything that makes these games go faster and there's something in it for people to watch, this is the best thing for Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing.
Yes.
Because people are like, oh, cool, this stuff happens during downtime and baseball games. Maybe I'll sit through a 3.5-hour game now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's not football, so they need something to keep it entertaining. That's why and I agree with you about the outrage, because that is the story. But I do think that this was a little staged.
It could be. Yeah, that guy could have been in on it as well.
Because everybody's talking about it today.
I'm sure Gail King is fired up on CBS Mornings right now.
The New York Post wrote about it. I mean, this is for everybody's who cares what happens in Atlanta? This is a major story this morning.
Yes. Straight white guy under attack again. I'm tired of it. I will fight for you. Also, now let me rip another soft individual. We've already established. Let's get a call. Let me save the Home Alone story with Trump, as well as the comedy bit where I'm going to rip some conservatives. We'll do that in the cut sheet when we bring Bruno in, and we're already 5 minutes late for Bruno, so hang tight, Bruno. Let me just grab this call. Nick in Ben Salem feels Greg Stocker's pain. Hello, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Good morning, Nick. Hey, Greg.
Yeah, hey, man.
Hi. Greg, I'm going to make you feel better about your ladder story.
Thank you.
I have a worse one. Very embarrassing, but I'll share with just you guys.
Just the three of
I had
us.
to get up on my roof.
Yeah.
I had to get up on my roof to try to repair the gutter. I put my ladder up. It didn't quite reach as far as it should have over the edge of the roof.
Yeah.
So I extended the ladder with some 1x2s.
That's what happened, yeah.
But only on one side. I thought I only need to hold on to one side.
Yep.
Once I was up there, that burning heat and my crappy old work boots with hardly any tread had me sliding down the roof, and I went into a panic attack. I was frozen up there. So I had to call somebody with a real ladder to get me out of there, and that was the fire department.
Oh, man. Wow.
Nick, I would be with you, brother. I'm scared to death of heights. I would freeze up.
Nick, thank you. That made me feel so much better.
Yeah. Once that real ladder was there, the panic went away.
Yep.
I was like, real good equipment. Okay, I'm good.
I appreciate it.
Nick, what if they didn't have a ladder and they brought a big trampoline and said you had to jump off the roof, land in the trampoline, and you'd be good?
I don't think that would have worked, but...
Or the firefighters at the bottom saying, "Well, we'll catch you. Just fall."
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Nick, are you afraid of heights?
I haven't really been for most of my life. My father was definitely afraid. I had him in the passenger seat driving over the Walt Whitman Bridge one time in the right lane,
Yeah.
and he was freaking out, screaming at me to get over into the middle.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And I just giggled. But if I feel secure, I'm good.
Yeah.
If I feel like I'm not secure,
I get you.
I get a little. I'm getting there. I'm not quite to his level yet, though.
Thank you. So me and Nick and Ben Salem, we have
Yep.
we have ladder stories. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm scared to death. I can feel it in my stomach. Even in we were in Stone Mountain, Georgia, going to this Christmas retreat when I lived in Nashville.
With Jake Roberts.
And we're going from Chattanooga to Stone Mountain, and we're going up this windy hill. I told my wife, and I was with my daughters and my in-laws in the big minivan. I said, I got to get in the back seat. So she stopped. I got into the back seat. I had to lay down. I could not look out the window.
Yeah.
I was so queasy.
Honest, like, what the hell kind of show is this? Who are these two? who are these two people that I'm doing this radio with?
Fear of heights is a very rational fear, and I think mine is just like a normal fear of heights. But yeah, I don't think I need to lay in the back seat and because I'm feeling queasy. But yeah, it scares me sometimes.
All right. Tony Bruno is going to join us next, and we will get to these two clips that I want to get to with Home Alone and also with SNL as we'll get ready for the cut sheet. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, where we're talking today about the all-new 2025 ADX. It's Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The ADX is engineered for those who demand more. And best of all, now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month. Visit PiazzaAcura.com for all of the details.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cann's third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cann's feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cann's. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding and Certainteed vinyl siding. Now, siding, it's not just for curb appeal. It also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years experience, and they complete every project with care and such precision. They always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, the options that best fit you and your home. So don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off. Do this today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mud balls.
7:45, Kayal and Company. It's a What Up Wednesday, which means one thing. What up, Tony Bruno?
What up? I'm up. Everybody else is up. I got a question for Anna, though. Anna,
yes?
Do you have a daytime backdrop of Tampa Bay? Because it's daylight here already here
This
in
is all
Florida.
I got.
No, I love that backdrop.
This is all
But
I
you gotta
got.
have one
Beautiful.
that's a daytime one and a nighttime one.
The only daytime
It's an
one
outrage.
are like strip clubs and, you know, that's what Tampa's known for. So I got to give you the classy, I got to give you the classy skyline.
Nothing better than Dale Mabry Boulevard on a Saturday afternoon.
Oh, I know. Yes.
This is good Southwest Florida knowledge right here.
is. It really is.
We've got
Absolutely.
we've got double barrel Florida bullpen action, Tony Bruno.
Both on the Gulf of America.
By the way,
There you go.
I got to give it up to my man Greg. Everybody rips the guy, but I know what man hands look like. I know what callus is. Robin and I put together a 200-pound sheetrock lift the other day. You know, it's a contraption where you crank it up and you can put the 12-foot sheetrock on it and crank it all the way up to a 12-foot ceiling.
Yep.
I mean, I've always been one of those people who was never afraid of heights, because growing up in South Philly, when we used to play half ball and kids would roof the ball, I was the kid who would go up on the roof and find the half balls for everybody else. So I was like the hero of the neighborhood. So I've never been afraid of heights, whether I go to Sedona and I'm standing on top of a mountain. So heights never bothered me. Even like, the only thing that bothers me now is like spinny stuff. If you go to an amusement park, I don't mind.
Absolutely not.
I don't mind roller coasters, extreme roller coasters, but you put me on one of those spinny things,
Tilt-a-whirl.
I agree. I agree.
Oh yeah.
I get motion sickness. Like, ooh.
Especially after you just killed 2 corn dogs before you got on it.
Well, actually,
no.
You being afraid of heights, there, Kale. Road Warrior brings up a good point. When you do the bike ride, how do you go over the Ben Franklin Bridge?
Oh, that doesn't bother me.
You don't even see it. You don't even notice that.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm focused on face planting, so the fear has subsided.
I get you.
I'm good.
I got to rip Road Warrior.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
The guy's on Twitter all day yesterday. The only reason I know it because I was checking in and out. I was up at the lot. The roof is starting now on the Bruno compound. So they're putting the metal roof up as of yesterday. So that's your update. But Road Warrior is like making it sound like he's building the very first motorcycle or bike. He's posting, oh, what do you call this now? Look what I'm doing. Look at this. Dude, it's a stinking bicycle.
Yeah. What's wrong with bicycles?
No, but I'm saying he's making it sound like he's building the stupid that amusement park ride that those chicks went on the other day.
He's building back better.
Wow. Man.
Some people are really wondering if Stalker will actually ever pick up that bike. This could be the first plant by Stalker to get out of the bike ride. It starts with fingers, then it's a hammy.
I'm injured.
Yeah.
I'm injured. It's day by day. I might have to go see Dr. Andrews in Birmingham, Alabama.
Dr. James Andrews.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where everybody goes.
No, he's retired. There's a new guy now.
Oh, okay.
There's a new guy that's the new James Andrews. I forget his name, but he does everybody now, so to speak.
He does everybody. There you go. 7:49. Let's get to it. What's on that cut sheet?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's
Thank you.
on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored
Wednesday.
by Wednesday. Sorry.
It's Friday for you, though, so what the hell?
Yeah, it is. Sorry.
Must be nice.
This, these allergies are just, they're making my brain foggy.
Oh.
It's sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in gelati or ice blender. Add even more fun with the crunchy new Skittles pop topping. Stop by Rita's today. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition. What Up Wednesday. You did start the segment by saying it's a What Up Wednesday.
It is a What Up Wednesday.
All right, let's talk about the Maryland family man.
Yeah.
Father.
Could be the dad of the year if you think about it.
Who was Abrego Garcia.
Yep.
So all these Democrats now, including Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, have decided that they're going to El Salvador today to get him, bring this man home. Chris Van Hollen commented on this yesterday, saying he has been kidnapped and he will fly to the country to ensure his return to the United States. Roll Chris Van Hollen.
I saw the comments of President Bukele, and I look forward to meeting with him. I've requested to meet with him. I reached out to the ambassador here to ask to meet while he's here. But I've also made clear if we can't meet here, I do intend to go to El Salvador to discuss the release of this individual who is illegally detained. A Maryland man who's the father of 3 in a notorious prison in El Salvador. And I believe the president of El Salvador will recognize why it's important to allow him to return to the United States of America, because it is absolutely unjust and illegal to have this Marylander detained one more day in a notorious prison in El Salvador. Of course, President Trump could have just said, bring him home. Of course he could have done that. But this is an administration that has lied about Mr. Abrego Garcia, right? The vice president of the United States tweeted out that he had a criminal record. That was a lie. They're just lying. They've gotten caught lying. They don't want to admit it. And they have an obligation to bring him home. But I will say the president of El Salvador should not now take it upon himself to say that he is detaining him for one more day, because that is kidnapping. I understand that the Attorney General said that we would provide a plane to bring him home. So all the president of El Salvador has to do now is hand over and release an innocent man and let him come home to his family.
I'm not sure what that numbnuts doesn't comprehend or process. It's not about whether he committed a crime or didn't. It's the fact that he's an MS-13 gang member. 2 judges have already ruled that he is, and Trump has set an executive order in action that if you are a part of MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, you are deemed to be part of a terrorist organization, and you're getting the hell out of this country. And let me ask you this. The Trump administration has rounded up and deported countless people, right? I mean, the border numbers are at an all-time low. If they got one wrong, don't you think that they would be at least willing to bring that person back and say, my bad, we didn't mean to, misread the situation, bad facts? Like, I don't understand why Democrats have basically taken the position of defending this guy's rights while remaining silent on the rights of Americans who've been victimized and brutalized by gang members in this country. It's an odd hill to die on. It's right up there with the trans dude in female sports. I don't get it, but that guy also looks like Phil Murphy, so I guess I do get it.
Yeah, I think it's just a political stunt, obviously, and this is just part of his reelection campaign. And why would Bukele risk upsetting Daddy Trump to placate this nobody? He wouldn't die on this hill. And it's clear that 2 immigration courts have shown that he is an MS-13 member and he is an El Salvadorian national. So he went home to where he needs to be, which is in prison in El Salvador.
But the best part is now you got the other grandstander, the guy who had that 25-hour stand up and say things that didn't matter and nobody cared about, the hero. Now he wants to go to El Salvador. You notice the Democrats all like to go to Ukraine to hang out with Zelensky, right? They fly to Ukraine and go to the mansion and bring him more cash. And now this guy from Maryland, who nobody's heard of, even in Maryland, nobody knows who this guy is. He's going to grandstand and fly into another country and tell the country to release a guy who's a native to that country illegally in the United States for 11 years. And I know he had kids and all of that. So now he's a Maryland man. That's my favorite one. Florida man, we know there's a lot of Florida men. I'm a Florida man now, but Maryland man is the thing. Now, he's a Maryland man. Not a Maryland man. He's a guy who's in the country illegally and lived in Maryland. It's ridiculous. And how many people came into this country during Joe Biden who looked like a corpse again last night at his thing, and I'm sure we'll talk about that.
Yes.
But how many people in this country just came in here, hid, blended in, were flown in by Joe Biden's app, and now all of a sudden the entire Democratic Party, and again, I think any innocent people, one innocent person in jail is not good.
Right.
But they're all of a sudden, they didn't care about where these people were going when they were being flown into different cities in the middle of the night. Now they care about one guy.
Yeah.
One
They
guy.
don't
The entire
care,
party is going crazy.
It's a great point.
Apoplectic.
Yeah. You didn't care that they were laying in Logan Airport in the terminals by the hundreds in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
But now you care that they're in the hell on earth prison. Okay. Speaking of that, though, Cory Booker, I wanted to play this earlier. We'll get to it now. It's a perfect segue. When he's recovered from his 25-hour filibuster, he's decided to round up the troops and really double down here. I believe this was from Sunday's Meet the Press with Philly girl, Kristen Welker. Let's play this clip K2.
Do you think the Trump administration is defying a court order?
It certainly appears that they are, and they're trying to play too cute with parsing words. The court has ordered the return of this person and that the Trump administration should do it. They're paying an authoritarian leader in El Salvador to hold people in the worst imaginable types of prisons that he has sent there without any due process. And this isn't just about Mr. Garcia. This is about every American understanding that this president is making an assault on the due process rights that are afforded to people in our country. Everybody from Anton Scalia to other conservative think tanks have said very clearly, you cannot disappear people off American streets.
Disappear.
We are a nation of rules, and due process is clearly one of them. And to erode the due process rights of anyone is a threat to the due process rights of everyone. This is a democratic slippage, and we all should be speaking out against it.
Tony, I wonder how every American, to quote Cory Booker, every American feels, or New Jersey Americans, because he's a senator from New Jersey. I wonder how they feel and what Cory Booker has to say. The Post-Millennial had a story yesterday. Stalker sent this last night. ICE arrests over 1,000 illegal immigrants in worksite enforcement operations and now fines businesses over $1 million for violations, where they rounded up people from Pennsylvania, Michigan, and New Jersey. Does Cory Booker care more about New Jersey constituents and their safety, or does he care more about Maryland, man?
Well, it's funny. Cory Booker is the grandstanding, and his entire city and northern New Jersey is a mess. Newark's a disaster area. Newark Airport's a disaster area.
Yep.
It's just like AOC. She's going to California with Bernie to grandstand about oligarchies, and this guy is a clown. This guy has done nothing in his tenure in Congress, except pretend that he was dating a celebrity for a couple of months a few years back. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it? She's an actress.
Rosario Dawson.
Rosario Dawson was his girlfriend, his imaginary girlfriend. Everything about Cory Booker is fake. This guy's a loser. I hope he goes to El Salvador. And by the way, he called the president of El Salvador, duly elected, a guy who cleaned up his own country and was one of the most dangerous places on earth. And now he's got the criminals in jail, but Cory Booker thinks that's bad. And you go to Newark and you go to the big cities where crime is rampant, and he doesn't care about that. He's worried about what the president of El Salvador is doing in his own country. It's ridiculous.
But again, he doesn't care. It's just a political stunt, because anything
Exactly.
to make Trump look bad, because Trump is doing so well, and people. I mean, you just showed the stats that it's down 95% people coming over the border. I mean, that's insane. And like you said, if the Democrats had pulled that off, they would be wetting their pants, but they didn't. So anything to make Trump look bad, they will just go after, because they have nothing right now.
Is there any doubt that Cory Booker is making a play for 2028 with all the?
Oh,
I can see that for sure.
Of course.
Yeah.
He's got less. Yeah. He's got Stephen A. Smith has a better chance of being president than Cory Booker.
I agree.
And by the way, one of the New Jersey resident, Zhui Wang, remember her?
Yeah.
She was jailed in an Iran prison as an American hostage, and Cory Booker never advocated for the release and refused to speak to my wife. Senator Booker is a hypocrite. So Senator Booker didn't even stand up for a New Jersey resident who was in jail in Iran.
Yeah.
Did he go to Iran and say, hey, Ayatollah, hey, Shah, get my people out? No, he doesn't care. He's a grandstanding hypocrite from creep coward. That's what he is.
In exile in Jersey, Greg says, wouldn't it be nice if our elected representatives cared as much about actual American citizens as they care about illegal immigrants?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the Trump numbers at the border, this is 26. He did an interview with NBC. This is Fox, Fox's Spanish station. And he talked about how secure the border is right now, and he didn't need any legislation to do it. Roll it.
The border is very, very secure right now. And we didn't need legislation. We needed a president to say, that's it, no more people coming in. And the other day, you probably saw the statistic. It was like for a long period of time, 9 people, and they came in because they had a medical problem. Well, we actually took them in because one of them had a heart attack, one of them had something else. No, the border is very secure. We're going to make it a longer border. I built 571 miles of wall, which nobody likes to talk about, but it's the way it is. And I had to take the money because the Senate and the House, they were not in a giving mood. So I took the money out of the military. I called it an invasion. It's an invasion of our country. And it really worked. You know, walls work. Remember when they said, the Democrats would say, you don't need walls. Well, two things work. What are the two things? Walls and wheels. They'll never change. Yes. Everything else is obsolete immediately. But walls and wheels will never change. And we have a very secure border right now.
Imagine if he actually ever had the wall fully completed, right? It's still like a percentage of what he had said he would do. But the numbers from March of last year to this year, down 95%, 137,000 southwest border apprehensions a year ago. 2 weeks ago, 7,181. By the way, lost in that. And we talked about, and I think Greg and I are on the same page of we don't want to see any Doge savings go towards the military defense budget. I like the fact that he took money out of the military defense budget and applied it to the southwest border. I'm all for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's defense.
And he didn't take it out of Social
Defending the
Security, by the
invaders.
way. That's the biggest lie now that they're spreading, other than what are they calling it? Depositioning. There was that line that everybody, all the Democrats were using the other day. Depopulating.
Yeah, depopulation.
Depopulating, or no, disappearing people.
Oh.
Trump is disappearing people now. If he wants to disappear somebody, he makes them disappear.
Right, like that.
It's like magic.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
like magic.
traditionally a verb?
Don't ask me. I don't know how to use run and ran.
Well, and it's like calling dead people or murder unaliving people or
Yes.
You're
That's
unalive.
just to get around the YouTube rules so they don't flag your stuff.
And also, what's
disappearing?
The unhoused instead of homeless. The unhoused.
Yes.
Abrego Garcia's wife took to the podium and asked Trump and the Bukele administration to stop playing political games with the life of her husband. Roll it.
Of after his disappearance, and I stand before you filled with spirit that refuses to bring down. I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive. Kilmer, if you can hear me,
He can't.
stay strong.
Kilmer.
God hasn't forgotten about you. Our children are asking, when would you come home? And I pray for the day I tell them the time and date that you'll return. As we continue through Holy Week, my heart aches for my husband, who should have been here leading our Easter prayers. Instead, I find myself pleading with the Trump administration and the Bukele administration to stop playing political games with the life of Kilmer. Our family is torn apart during this scary time, and our children miss their dad so much. Despite the challenges we continue to face with the U.S. and the Salvadorian government, I hope that the strength of faith and the resilience within us will keep us standing after all the punches we continue to receive. Our ability to fight back against these governments are testimonies to the spirit of fight and restraint that God has given us. We will continue standing strong, and we will never give up on you, Kilmer.
I want to see that beast behind her.
Yeah. F. Kilmer, by the way.
By the way, Chris Apolito says he is home. That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, exactly.
And if we had an honest and curious media and real journalists, somebody would ask her in a one-on-one setting, or if she took questions there, were you aware that you married an MS-13 member, or did he become affiliated and initiated into MS-13 after he did his nuptials with you, right?
Right.
And the other thing is with this, I get it, you lost your husband or whatever, but the reality is you should be upset. If your husband lied to you about that, and I don't know the circumstances of this marriage.
She probably knew.
Yes. Yes.
He probably had the tattoos to prove it, I
You're right.
don't know.
Right. I'm just so sick of this story. One person. One person.
Yeah, and again, if they did make a mistake and this is a wrongfully
Well,
accused man who wasn't part of MS, but like we said,
But two
courts,
judges, right?
Yeah,
Not
said that.
one,
Yeah, this
two.
guy is he's an MS-13 member. So, and he's not supposed to be here. So goodbye.
President Trump, on with Fox News, the Spanish station, said that he's going to announce a new program that will be launched to help illegal aliens self-deport. We're going to give them a stipend and a plane ticket.
See, I wouldn't even give him a stipend.
Yeah, I don't like this.
This is cut 12. Roll it.
As you probably know, we're doing a self-deportation. And we're going to make it comfortable for people. And we're going to work with those people to come back into our country legally.
¿Está
¿Está
funcionando la autodeportación?
Well, we're starting it. We haven't started it right now. We're getting the murderers out. We have our total aim on the very bad ones, as you can imagine, because you have some great people that came in. But we have some very bad ones. We had 11,088 murderers. Half of them killed more than one person. These are rough, bad people. We want them out. And that's mostly our focus.
Yeah.
But what we want to do is we're going to have a self-deportation program, which we haven't even announced yet. I guess I'm announcing it to you. Why not, Rachel? Here it is. The only thing I haven't determined is what are we going to do? We're going to give them a stipend. We're going to give them some money and a plane ticket. And then we're going to work with them. If they're good, if we want them back in, we're going to work with them to get them back in as quickly as we can.
No, that's with Sean Duffy's wife. Why were they airing that on the Spanish
Yeah, that's Rachel
version?
Campos. No, she does she hosts the Spanish portion
of
the Fox platform. It's like ESPN Deportes.
Oh.
Fox has its own, and she's the main anchor there.
Oh, that's true. Last name is Campos. Yeah, I can see that now.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's Rachel Duffy Campos.
Right.
And she has like 8 kids. I mean,
Yeah.
she's another one of those great women who has all these kids, is able to do a great job, and her husband's the transportation secretary, who's actually doing things transportation related, unlike Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete! Mayor Pete!
There it is.
There he is. Okay, thank you.
As far as
Come on, Nick. How could you?
It was my fault.
It's all right.
Today.
It's my fault.
That's Greg. I'll give Greg. I'll cut Greg a break. He's got a hand.
I'm very
his hands aren't fast
7
enough.
fingers.
Yeah, Greg's fingers are a little sore.
Injured.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like the idea, and I'm all for allowing people to enter this country legally, right? As long as you're not MS-13, Tren de Aragua, a Middle Eastern terrorist, Asian terrorist, whatever, as long as you're not coming here for sinister intentions, but you have to go about it the right way. What I don't like about the Trump administration is you're going to launch a program where you're going to give them a stipend and transportation. I mean, how did they get into this country? They came across the southern border on their own feet, right? Some of them walking. Remember the stories? They're coming across in the water, and then they're climbing up the hill with razor wire. Send them out the way they came in. I'm not giving my tax dollars to give you a better flight out of here than I take when I go to Nashville. I'm lucky to get a seatbelt on Allegiant. These people are flying first class out of here. That's not coming from my pocket, Trump. Come on.
I feel the same way, but I think he's trying to encourage people to come forward and not feel scared because think about it. Like if they're going mostly after criminals and then these like lawfully abiding migrants that got here illegally, if they start self-deporting, it kind of encourages them to come out of the woodwork so that we don't have to go and find them. And maybe that kind of clears up some resources to do other things.
Okay.
Tom Homan said in the first 2 months, we arrested more criminal alien threats in this country in 2 months than Joe Biden did in a year. Roll this.
Yeah, Tom, you've spent a lot of time, too much time, with angel moms and angel families. And you saw Rachel Moore in the beginning, and you and I talk this afternoon as this jury is about to start deliberating her suspected killer's fate. And you heard her mom, Rachel Moore, say in that soundbite, if only someone had done a DNA swab on him, they would have discovered that he was wanted for murder in El Salvador and not let him go free. This is in the prior administration. Your thoughts as we wait for this jury's deliberations on this case?
Well, first of all, I met Rachel Moore several times, and it's never easy. You're right. I met too many angel moms and dads who bury their children. Preventable crime because the illegal aliens should never been here. So a heartbreaking story, every one of them. But I met Rachel Moore, and what a sweet lady, and what a tragedy she's dealing with. But you're exactly right. When I was with the Fox Network for the last 4 years, I was complaining every day that they're releasing people into this country without proper vetting. Secretary Mayorkas says, well, they're all vetted. No, they're not, because you don't have access to other countries' criminal databases. So we misled the American people, and as we see, we're arresting thousands of foreign nationals with criminal histories in other countries. Unfortunately, they get here and they commit a crime against U.S. citizens. They rape and murder young ladies. They burned a lady alive on a subway. It's just, it's just constant. But President Trump made a promise to American people: we're going to find these foreign national public safety threats and eradicate them from this country. And that's exactly what we're doing. In the first 2 months, we arrested more criminal alien threats in this country improved in 2 months than Joe Biden did in a year. Border numbers down 95%. And ICE is out there arresting criminal aliens 24/7 across this country. And we're going to keep the president's promise to eradicate criminal aliens from this country.
Can I say something real fast? Because he said he was talking about the rape and murder of Rachel Morin. And I just want to say on April 14th, a Maryland jury convicted Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador, of the brutal rape and murder of Rachel Morin, the mother of 5. The crime was so horrific as it was preventable. Martinez Hernandez had crossed the U.S. border illegally 3 times. The Morin's family's attorney is putting the blame where it belongs, squarely on the Biden administration. So how much time, by the way, did ABC, CBS, and NBC give to this case
32
on either
seconds.
their morning or evening newscasts? Zero.
Oh,
a non-story.
And meanwhile, the same network found 64 minutes and 57 seconds to devote to another Maryland case, the Kilmar Abrego Garcia story.
First sentence in my big take today: the media is not your friend.
Yeah.
You cannot despise these people and these networks and their agendas enough.
By the way, thank you to Catherine who sent that from the Media Research Center.
Headmaster 543 says, if someone wants to disappear someone else, just call Bill and Hillary Clinton.
Exactly right.
That's a fact.
Let's see here.
And by the way, you want to disincentivize or de-incentivize people to enter the country? Trot out Tom Homan. You want to get people to self-deport? Trot out Tom Homan. Like I was saying, I mean, that guy has a passion for this. And here's the thing. When I say let them leave the same way they came in, you just have armed guards at the southern border. You have CBP. You have ICE. Remember the guy next to Kristi Noem that almost got his head blown off because she was pointing the gun at his skull? You have guys like that at the southern border, watching them leave, saying sayonara. They're not going to come back.
This afternoon, I believe at some point, RFK Jr. is scheduled to make a speech on the autism, his autism findings. I don't think he's going to be releasing the full report on this because he said that that's supposed to come out in September. I'll wait with bated breath to see if that actually comes out in September.
I think we actually have RFK with us in box 4. Bobby, can you preview what you plan on talking about later today, Bobby?
We're not going to be ready with reports today, but just wait till September because things are coming. Things are coming. I'm telling you right now that these vaccines have the BPAs and the red dyes. We're gonna get Make America healthy again.
Let's go to Helen and Bluebell. As you were saying, sir.
So he's supposed to give a speech today, and because the cases now are 1 in, I believe, 34 children right now being diagnosed
ridiculous.
with. Well, it is, but it's also because the definition of autism has expanded over the last. But
I mean,
years.
like, if just as a person who has existed for 45 years, would you say that like walking around, more people are a bit more
spectrum?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we see him on our daily cut sheet. There's at least one of them.
True. Yeah.
We see him daily on X. His name's Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, I believe Stephen Miller might be a little spectrum-y. So, Doctor, this was from one of the Sunday shows, but it ties into what RFK Jr. is going to say today. This is Dr. Peter Marks. He says he will not accept results of RFK Jr.'s investigation if it says the MMR vaccine or any other vaccine causes autism.
Or any other vaccine?
Or any other vaccine. That's what he says. Roll this.
Unless somebody actually knows the answer or has a pretty good idea of the answer right now or thinks they have a good idea of the answer, I don't see how one could have, as a scientist, I'm not speaking about anything. If you just ask me as a scientist, is it possible to get the answer that quickly? I don't see any possible way. And remember, you're talking to the person who came up with Operation Warp Speed for vaccines. autism is an incredibly complicated issue. So we have the issue of diagnosis bias. We don't know how many of those cases are true, how much of this is true growth of autism, how much of this is just that we now have diagnostic criteria and we diagnose it more often.
You're saying, just to be clear here, because you hear Secretary Kennedy often compare rates now to when he was a child.
Right.
What you are saying is that the broad array of things under that ASD umbrella has only widened. So it's a much narrower category than what it is now.
Right. And I'm not denying that there could be environmental, and we know there are probably genetic features. There have been publications in scientific journals. There are genetic and environmental possibilities here. But the totality of all these interactions and sorting out this incredible complexity, to try to do that in 6 months' time, my calculation of how many months it is till September, you can help do that. But 6 months' time,
Unless you're buying research from somebody else who's already in the midst of it?
Yes.
I mean,
right.
is that credible way to come to a conclusion?
He may be aware of a bunch of research that I'm not aware of, and that's why I'm going to be respectful here. You know something? I'd love to hear it presented. But the piece, though, that I will put to you that I will not accept as a cause of autism is the MMR vaccine, or for that matter, any of the other vaccines we use, because we've studied them in so many millions of children.
Face the Nation has been brought to you by Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson.
By the way, love the fact that Margaret Brennan doing an homage to Barney on the last Sunday show, wearing the Barney purple people eater costume.
You know,
did he tell her to shut up, Margaret? What was the line that J.D. Vance, Margaret? There was a Margaret line. Remember when he basically wrecked her that one Sunday morning? Margaret.
I don't care what was it? Something about immigration policy. It doesn't mean we have to have the dumbest immigration policies today.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Look, I mean, I'm not smart enough to understand how vaccines work and all the science behind it. But here's the thing, Mr. Scientist. How long have you been in this field for? So Bobby Kennedy has a theory. Bobby Kennedy has kind of dedicated a lot of his life to talking about human beings being much more sick and being diagnosed at a higher rate with all of these awful diseases. So, look, it might not be vaccine related. Well, then tell me what it is.
Climate change. It's got to be climate change, Nick.
Yeah.
How come no one's mentioned? We got to get Bernie out there to talk about climate change and the oligarchy.
Yeah. I mean, is it external factors? Is it environmental toxins? Is it something in our food? The fact that you're just completely dismissive that pharma would have anything to do with it tells me that you're a bought and paid for puppet, right? I'd love to know how much funding Peter Marks gets from these big pharmaceutical companies. And again, maybe there's nothing to do with the vaccine and autism. But for people that dedicate 4 decades of their life to this, to not have a solution or an answer or a hypothesis, and the only thing is, well, I can tell you Bobby Kennedy's insane. Really? You're making money on this stuff. Bobby Kennedy hasn't made money on this and has been deplatformed and kicked out of his own party for being willing to challenge and ask the question of, why is something wrong here? And I'm not a Bobby Kennedy defender, but I give him credit for at least saying, why not? We need to talk about this.
I think this is just horrible science. You've already come up with your conclusion. You have no interest in finding out if vaccines have anything to do with it. As far as I know, I've talked to a few people who are in the medical field. I don't know if it's any specific vaccines. I was told that it's the number of vaccines. Like there's some sort of toxin that when you have like your kids take in the ballpark of 15, 20 vaccines, right? Like
in
one
2
right after
years.
the other.
Yeah.
It's the amount of vaccines that you're taking in one go that's the problem, not necessarily any one given vaccine.
You know what their big problem? Yeah, you know what their big problem is? There's no profitability in natural immunity, right? Like what did we hear? What did we hear in the pandemic? Yeah. Oh no, natural immunity. No, you got to get the vaccine. And then, well, actually, you know what? Natural immunity is a good thing. It's actually as good as the vaccine. Oh, wait a minute, you can't make a buck off of it, so you downplay it.
You're canceled. You're censored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Screw all
you
these
get
people.
Deplatformed. Yeah.
So. President Trump also on with the Rachel Campos Duffy talking about the no tax on tips. I remember that was a big campaign thing that he was doing, especially when he was in Vegas. This is cuts. What cut is this here? 11, Phil. Cut 11. There we go.
All I can say is we're trying like hell.
Yeah.
Okay, it's really not. If it's up to me, 100% I can promise. But I have some strange people I deal with, and we have to get it approved. But the no tax on tips I love. No tax on overtime is incredible. No tax on Social Security for the seniors is great. And the deduction of interest, you buy a car, and if you buy the car, and it's only if it's made in America, otherwise who cares, right? But and more factories are moving back. I think you see that. Everybody sees it. A lot of people don't like talking about it, but everybody sees it. We have record number of car factories coming back, and other factories too. You just saw today on the computer chips and all of the things related to computer. You see what's going on?
Yes.
It's crazy, even beyond my wildest expectations. But the answer, the question is that will I try and do those three things? Plus, I would like to add the interest on cars if it's made in America. I'm trying like hell.
I love it.
I think we'll be successful.
Some of the big companies are actually pushing for this. I've got a story here in front of me. DoorDash, on their official corporate website, Dashers deserve no tax on tips. Make your voice heard. They say with current no tax on tips legislation in the United States, excluding app-based independent workers, DoorDash is urging Dashers to contact their federal lawmakers so that Dasher tips are covered. I got to imagine if you work in the service industry and you are, whether you're a Trump voter or not, you are rooting for this to come to fruition.
Oh,
Stalker,
sure.
back in the day, you were a pizza delivery guy.
Yeah.
You imagine if you didn't have to tax your tips?
Well, I mean,
you didn't.
Cash.
it was
straight cash, homie. Straight cash.
Yeah, that was 1998, so
It's a different time.
I think the statute of limitations is.
Yeah, 27 years, you're good.
Yeah, but I was,
Yeah. In the modern day world where everybody asks to add a tip and you go up to a register, right, and you buy something, a muffin, and then it says, what tip would you like to leave? That's all documented now, right? If you put 20%, doesn't that company now have it in their system that somebody just tipped somebody 20%? That's why I like to give cash on the tip. Like when I have a bill at the restaurant, I prefer to leave a cash tip and not put it on the credit card so that the servers don't get screwed.
Yeah, I can see that.
Isn't that a good way to do it?
Bruno with the early bird special at 4 p.m. He throws like a $4 of cash underneath the empty coffee cup.
Absolutely.
Big spender.
Yeah.
I know this is going to surprise everyone. I don't like tipping. It's not my favorite thing. But
Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's a stereotype, Anna.
Yeah, well.
You don't like
for a reason.
You don't like taking tips or you don't like giving them?
Oh no, love getting tips. Of
So you
course.
don't
Who doesn't
you don't tip at all?
No, I tip. I'm just not happy about it. That's all. I'm
Just
just
the tip.
begrudgingly do it.
And I thought I was fiscally conservative. My God.
And because like Bruno was saying, like you go up to, you get a muffin and they're just like 20%. I'm like,
Oh,
no.
yes.
You
Yeah,
just
the tipping.
reached
Yeah,
in
yeah.
there
We're
and
talking
gave me
about you go to a
something.
restaurant, you sit down for dinner,
That's
and then you get the check and you put 20% on.
So you think tipping culture is out of control, which I
It
think
is
we all
getting
agree.
way out of
Yeah.
control.
Yeah,
And
I
also,
agree with
like,
that.
the pressure to tip and tip
know.
well when the service isn't good is also insane.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
not-
you need to
yes.
tip at least 20%. Oh, no, I don't.
No,
This
you
guy
sucked.
sucks.
Like the lowest I'll go is 15%. You could be atrocious, god awful, food cold, wrong order. I'll give you 15%. But
That's
if you're
insane to me. Like,
but
you're
if
so
I'm
rewarding them.
right, like if I'm going through a drive-through, like for coffee, like I only get Starbucks once a week now, Saturday morning at the drive-through. I'm sorry, I already paid, and it's my choice. I paid $5.87 for the cup of coffee. I'm not giving you $9 or $10 for the cup and saying here's $2 or $3. No, all you did was fill my cup.
Well,
exactly.
Well, here's the
First of all, your first
Yeah.
mistake was going to Starbucks.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the Starbucks people
go to
walk
Wawa.
out. Have
Yeah,
you noticed
thank you.
the Starbucks employees walk out at anything? Oh,
player.
it's raining today. Let's walk out. These people are nuts.
They are.
These people are nuts. How hard is it to make a stinking frappuccino? They think they're curing cancer in Starbucks. And these people are in lines 24/7. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there's a line to the Starbucks places. That's, to me, I think that's the cause of autism. I mean, prove me wrong. I think people drinking Starbucks is causing the increase in autism in our youths.
Starbucks leads to the spectrum.
By the way, since we're going down this, and you know, guys, you know me, you know I'm an over tipper.
I know.
I tip for.
Oh yeah.
You give
the most-
25% for awful work.
I give the most outrageous tips for people who are literally, like Anna said, just reach in and get a muffin. But
is that because you feel guilty?
It's because I came from that world, and I know how impactful a big tip is on somebody who's not making a ton of money. I know, like
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
would getting like a $20 tip on like a $15 pizza or something like that
that'll change your day.
Was the greatest gift. You know what I mean? Like I was dancing out of that house.
Hey.
You know what I mean? But to be fair, if we're going this, well, you're just reaching in and getting a muffin. Bartenders, if they're not mixing drinks and they're literally just taking a glass, pouring beer into a tap, or opening a bottle and handing it to you, isn't that the same thing?
Yes, I give so if I get a bottle, let's say if I'm at a local spot and I grab a Miller Lite and it's a bottle, a can, a pint, if it's $3, like I give $1 for the tip, which is it's 33%. I mean, you're not really doing anything.
I bartended for years, and I agree with you unless you're there like early during the day and I'm forced to talk with you. And you want to like talk with me, and I'm your therapist. You know, if you just get a drink and you leave,
that's
no
what
problem.
bartenders are, Anna. What are you
I know,
talking
but
about?
you should tip
Bartenders
me for
are
that
basically
because I'm talking to you.
Basically therapists.
So
Anna, therapists to keep feeding booze to customers. That's how you make more money.
I know.
So
which
Anna,
is
you're
why
saying
I should earn more tips that way.
You're saying when a bald bozo like Tony or I are chatting to an Anna Hummel at a bar who's a bartender
for
you
hours,
really have no interest in us? You're just doing it for the tips?
Most of the time not interested, but sometimes someone interesting walks in. Like I worked in Michigan and in the Detroit area as a bartender, and I remember these like undercover cops came in and would tell me their stories. I felt like I should be tipping them. I'm like, these are the best stories I've ever heard.
Did you ever end up with a boyfriend from somebody that you served drinks to?
Great question.
Moment of honesty.
Like a date, not a boyfriend. No.
Okay. So just like a one time, and then you realize
a couple dates. Say I met this guy from like Ohio who came into the bar, and he was like really, charismatic. But he was dumb as hell. So dumb as hell.
Sounds like me.
I mean,
no, this guy was actually dumb. I just didn't know it at first because he was like so animated, and I'm like, oh, this guy's a good time, and then I'm like, no, you're dumb.
So what's the tipping etiquette then on a mixed drink where there's more requirement and more effort put into it?
If you're making a nice drink, like I was out on Friday night, and like this dude made an amazing. Like a spicy margarita for me, and it was just like he I could tell he put time in it, and he was like measuring.
And what did it cost? Was it about $14?
I'm gonna sound like an elitist here. I have no idea.
Okay,
I have no idea, and I
don't think you can get a mixed double anymore anywhere for under 12.
I think I tipped him like 70%.
Wow,
you know what I mean? Like,
so you probably paid 14 and dropped the 20 spot.
I probably paid 20 and dropped a 45 spot.
$20 for a margarita.
You know what I mean?
God,
Sorry.
that's crazy.
Now, if you go now,
Shafe
Shafe on the YouTube chat. Don't smash that like button. Smash the subscribe, and then double smash the like button.
Thank you.
Shafe says he tips at Lou Turk's, especially during the midday crowd. When you go to Lou Turk's in Delaware County, the midday workers, they work hard for you. So make sure you take care of those single moms on your way out the door.
You should. Listen, tipping does make sense, especially in the bar, if you tip early, because if it's crowded, and you give somebody someone has like handed me maybe like $100 at the beginning of the night, I'm like, there could be a line out the door. This guy's getting served each and every time. So you pay for, because tipping is it's an acronym, right?
Yeah. But you get what you pay for in this life, right?
No, what does TIP stand for? It's
I don't know.
I'm gonna figure it out.
I don't know.
Toxic idiot people. I don't know.
Tips. Yes, it is.
It stands for something?
To ensure promptness.
Yes.
Really?
It's an acronym. Yes.
Is that what it means?
So if you
to
tip
ensure
early,
promptness?
yes, then you're like getting served before everybody else. It serves a purpose and not just because you feel guilty.
Well, I should start getting tipped. I show up here every day at 5:15 in the morning. I'm as prompt as they can be.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
Now, Anna, were you a better bartender than AOC, do you think?
I don't know. I was a pretty bad bartender.
How dare they?
I never served anything fancy. I could only make drinks that had the ingredients in the name.
Yeah.
So like vodka soda.
Yeah.
Jack and Coke.
Right.
That was my deal.
Right. And if any of those are canned, they're garbage. Don't ever get them.
By the way, just one more thing on this tipping, and then we'll move on to Joe Biden.
You really want to ditch the cool tipping conversation for Joe Biden?
Well, the Biden stuff is just. I want to get Tony's reaction on this too. Going back to the tipping, Anna. So, what is the most you will tip?
Oh, that I'll tip.
Mm-hmm.
Give us a percent. Give us a percentage for like the best experience you ever had. Give us a percentage of the bill you would tip.
Where I was just, it's maybe
blown away.
Like a guy from Egypt who's just giving us like free stuff to try. Oh, try this falafel, try this, try that, something like that. 50%.
Wow, 50%.
Maybe 30, but maybe 20. No. 50. But most of the time, like I'm doing bare minimum. Especially if the service isn't good.
Mm-hmm.
If the service is great, I'm willing to give more, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't want to feel like just guilty and that I should tip you even when you like forgot about the table, you never brought us water. It's like you shouldn't get tipped for that. But I still do.
It's easy now because when you get the bill, it actually has the breakdown of what 18, 15, 18, 20%. Then you don't have. So what I do is I just round it up.
Percentages.
Round up.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just round up. That's the whole way it works now. Because it depends on the actual retail price of the meal. Because now everything's ridiculous. You go get a couple of cheesesteaks yesterday. It's $30 for 2 cheesesteaks. I'm going to tip on the $30, so I throw $5 in the little breast mug that this woman had here in Southwest Florida. She had double D's. And it was one of, so how am I not going to put money in there in one of these little, mugs that look like a woman's breast?
Yep.
You got to throw $5 in there, right?
Sure.
You absolutely have to. By the way, Dave in South Carolina says small tips cause autism.
Bobby will confirm that later.
Oh, yeah. They can't wait for his findings on this. All right, let's do, we play this in the 6 o'clock hour, but I want to play this now for the late risers. Former President Biden came out and
not a joke.
spoke about Social Security, and Tony, he didn't realize this is 27, Phil. He didn't realize that the music was still playing, so he goes, "Hello," and Bruce Springsteen's playing, and he just talks in this low voice with music blaring over him. This is ridiculous. Did he not?
The only
hear
reason
this?
I saw this, what time he was speaking? 5:30 in the afternoon in Chicago. Even in Florida, nobody gives a speech at 5:30 in the afternoon, okay? Here's the former president looking like he had just emerged from the crypt.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw him. It's sad. It's the
bad.
Democrats have to be – I was waiting for the hook to take him off.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. And the worst part about this thing is the lies about Social Security, the absolute lies. Nobody's Social Security has been taken away. You know how I know? Because I see my check come in to my bank account every stinking month. So that's the biggest lie. Mm-hmm. Nobody has taken away anybody's Social Security.
Been hearing it for 10 years. Yep.
All right, roll this.
Exactly.
Roll this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good to be here. You deserve help.
He was talking for 14 seconds before the music got stopped. He didn't even know it.
No, he didn't.
Thank you. Good to be here. That'd be like me doing that at 6:01. Thank you. It's good to be here. As Stalker has Pantera at full blast.
I think Bruce Springsteen should call and say, "Joe, don't play my music anymore.
Just
get the hell off the stage."
I was just going to say that. Yep. And then he talked about, this is 25, Phil, we played this earlier. He talked about when growing up, Tony, he hardly saw any black people in Scranton.
I'm serious. Think about it.
And then referred to them as something that it's not 1960 anymore. Roll this.
I remember pulling into the parking lot, and I had never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time I was only going in the 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by.
Oh, God.
They never turned right to go to Claymont High School. I wondered why.
No.
I asked my mom.
Yeah.
Why? So in Delaware, they're not allowed to go to school, in public school, with white kids, honey. that sparked my sense of outrage as a kid, just like it does. I mean, and these young kids right here can tell you things affect them when they learn about something that's really just unfair and unjust.
What?
You know, my dad was an honorable man. And my dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same.
It's about respect.
It's the same speech.
It's about being
Never
able
ends.
to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation's about.
All right, there you go.
What?
Yeah.
I need subtitles.
I know.
I'm so tired of all of it. The Scranton.
They should have
Joey.
come on. You know what he should have come on? What song they should have played in? Lou Reed's "Take a Walk on the Wild Side."
Yeah, because
remember?
Yes, and the
colored girls go
do. Yep, you're 100% right. Yep, that's in the song.
Remember, he says the colored girls.
I know he
in that
does.
song, Lou Reed.
He does.
Do. We may have to play a block of Lou Reed later on in the 9 o'clock hour.
Play some
a power block of Lou Reed.
A power block. I like it.
Live from Lou Turks.
Yeah. 16, Phil. Let's go through some of his talks about the.
Do we know who invited him? Who is he speaking on behalf of?
It was in Chicago somewhere. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He was at the Sofitel Hotel there in Chicago. That's all I know. All right, roll this.
It's about dignity. Simple dignity.
Simple.
Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of economic situation, regardless of who they are.
What?
Making
Grandpa's
sure that
mad.
more than 60 million Americans
Where's Jackie?
who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean it.
He means it.
Dignity at work,
Uh-oh.
at school,
The angry
in
face.
communities,
Angry Joe.
in every corner of American life.
You know, you look at the history of presidents and their ability to be either a good or a bad orator. He could go down as the worst. I mean, I didn't think Bush was that good. Trump's great on a mic. Obama's very good on a mic.
Mm-hmm.
He's atrocious. I mean, he thinks he's hammering home like the heart of the message, like when he gets emphatic and starts having those little outbursts. It doesn't land.
In his defense, he does have dementia, so he probably thinks a lot of things that aren't there. But under on when you think he starts using the N-word and other racial slurs, because that's what's coming.
Yeah, I was just
That's what's coming. I don't know if you've ever been to a nursing home before. I have, and it is frightening.
Yeah.
They throw that word around like "dude," and the people there don't care. They're totally cool about it.
Well, that's because they still think it's 1942.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know.
All right, on the 300-year-old folks on Social Security. This has got 17.
Yes.
Phil.
By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live that. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old. But as a result,
It's hell when you turn 40 years old because he's making a joke.
It's hell when you turn 40 years old.
Yeah.
Which he did
It's
42
hell when
years
you turn
ago.
75, Joe.
I like how he's just making jokes about like wasting taxpayer dollars.
Wait a minute.
You know what I mean? Like fraud
Yeah.
and corruption. Just like, LOL, how these people live so long.
Yeah. Biden's like, oh, this
Now that
Doge thing.
Biden's China and Ukraine cash flow is stopped, Joe's out on the campaign trail again, trying to get a Social Security. I guarantee you, Joe is collecting Social Security because people when they get older and they have enough money, they stop taking. There are people who are super rich and they're still entitled to get Social Security because they put money in, and most of them, don't do it. I guarantee you, Joe and his entire family over 65 are collecting a Social Security check.
Bruno, you mentioned 75. Are you 75 yet?
No, I'll be 73 in 2 months in June.
Wow, 73.
Yes.
You never ask a man.
bless you.
Yeah, you never ask a man his age. What's wrong with you?
I've asked women.
Why
on the
not?
show
No,
how
you never
old they
ask
are.
a woman their age. You
What
can
do I
ask a
care?
man their age, but never ask a woman.
Love asking people their age.
37.
Yeah.
Almost.
But we
38.
established that last week when I asked you.
Yeah.
Did you get mad when I asked that question?
No, God, no. No, you gotta listen. It's a fact. I'll tell you the facts. I don't find it offensive. It is what it is,
Yeah.
So
I think more men need to stop beating around the bush with age when it comes to women. Just ask the woman. She's already made up her mind whether she's going to let you get with her or not. So you might as well just ask the question and be a straight shooter.
And it's pertinent information, especially if you were like looking to have children or maybe get married or something like that. I don't understand why women take such offense to something like that, but many do. So.
19, Phil Moore with Joe Biden.
But look what's happened now.
What's happening, Joe?
Fewer than 100 days, this new administration has done so much damage and so much destruction. It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon.
But I could have beat him.
They've taken a hatchet to the Social Security Administration.
Yeah, they took a
pushing
hatchet.
just 7,000 employees.
Big hacksaw.
7,000 out the door in that time.
Chainsaw.
Including the most seasoned career officials. Now they're getting ready to push thousands more out the door. Already we can see the effects. For example, thousands of people use the Social Security website every single day to check on their benefits and submit their claims.
He's crashing. His energy's gone.
But now, the technology division of the Social Security Administration has been cut in half.
Snap time.
And so the
Sleep
website's
time.
crashing.
Oh, yeah.
People can't sign on to their accounts.
That's how I am at 11 a.m. when I get home, right before I take my nap. Joe and I together, both getting up and going to bed at the same time. You know, it's really amazing. He talks about all of these career people and being pushed out the door. I'm still waiting for the moment where he does an interview and just absolutely buries everybody. Would anybody, regardless of what you think about Biden and his failures, would anybody hold it against him if he did to everybody what everybody's doing to him right now with the books and the Jake Tappers?
We're going to get to all of that because we have one of the authors who was inside the Biden administration. It's funny, too, how all of these books are coming out now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we have...
after the election.
Yeah. Uncharted is the book that this author is discussing, where he said his ultimate betrayal was what Obama did to him. And also George Clooney. You mentioned him in The Big Take, I think, Nick.
Yeah, he's going to play.
Yeah, so he spoke to CNN yesterday talking about writing the op-ed that kind of started this entire thing. But let's finish up with Biden here. This is cut 20.
So this who desperately need you. Yeah. And folks, it's not just the Secretary of Commerce.
No, not just that.
We heard how others, empowered and emboldened by this administration, talk about Social Security. One of them called it a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme?
That was Elon Musk.
What the hell are they talking about?
What are you
People earn
talking
these
about?
benefits. They
Not
pay
a joke.
into that benefit. They rely on that benefit. And no one should take it away.
Yeah.
If Social Security ever goes away, I'm so sure that it won't. I will resign from this radio show or whatever job I'm doing.
Here we go.
Okay?
Wow.
Okay.
By the
Tony,
way,
Tony, you're
I have
right.
breaking news. I am debunking Joe Biden right now. I'm logging into my Social Security account right now.
Yeah.
I just got, I logged in with my name, and now I got a text sent to my phone, and I guarantee you I'll be able to get in. Remember, it was the Social Security Administration that on their site did not have the login. They had the login in the middle of the screen instead of in the upper right-hand corner, you know, where most sign-ins are on any account, whether it's government or not. The sign-in is always in the upper right-hand corner, right?
Yep.
Elon Musk's interns went in there, and in one day, they said it was not going to be fixed until July. Elon Musk's intern went in and made the fix from the middle of the screen on the Social Security site to the upper right-hand corner. The government itself said it was going to take 3 months to just fix that. So tell me the system is working with the system that we have now in the government. It's a joke.
The hell with that.
Nick, to your point about Biden doing a sit down and just divulging everything that happened, that happens a lot, especially as people age, because I'm really into like intelligence, clandestine operations and things like that.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when people are interviewed like shortly before they die, they forget what the cover story is and they just start telling you the truth.
Uh-huh.
So I think we're close to that point because I would love to hear exactly what happened behind the scenes.
Oh, so would I. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff and local experts guide you through the sales, delivery, installation, and service processes. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square, as well as Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com.
So this is author Chris Whipple. This is cut 14. He's the author of the...
Wasn't he the Charmin guy?
I don't know.
That was Mr. Whipple, right?
Well,
Mr.
yes,
Whipple,
yes, it
remember
was.
him?
Yes, very good. Maybe
Not
it's
Harvey
his,
Whippleman.
Yeah, it's his. Maybe it's his kid or his grandkid. He wrote a book, Uncharted: How Trump Beat Biden, Harris, and the Odds in the Wildest Campaign in History. He spoke with CBS News yesterday, and he said that for Biden, the ultimate betrayal was his feeling toward Barack Obama. Roll this.
Left, Chris. Barack Obama, how does he factor in this?
Well, look, the story is Shakespearean. I mean, full of betrayals and intrigue and backstabbing and, of course, ending in a tragedy. And for Joe Biden, the ultimate betrayal, I think, was his feeling toward Barack Obama. They'd had a close relationship. His best friend told me that the thing that bothered Joe Biden more than anything was that Barack Obama never picked up the phone in those final days and said, geez, are you sure you're up to this, Joe?
Politics, a lot like real life, in the fact that there's a lot of people that always surround themselves with a useful idiot. And once the useful idiot is no longer useful, you discard them, right? So Obama used Biden as his useful idiot, if you believe that this was the third Obama term, which I believe it was. And then the same thing with Joe and Kamala. I think Joe used Kamala because he was running on this diversity, equity, and inclusion mantra. And what would be the perfect running mate? A minority female. And then he gets pushed out by the useful idiot, by the guy that's been running things since 2008. And here you have the whole solution, right?
Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. So Biden was the useful idiot to Obama, and then you have Kamala to Biden, and then you have Tim Walz to Kamala. You just keep dumbing it down to make the person in the number one seat look smarter, more competent.
Which
I don't
is
want to see
why
where that ends up.
Right. Which is why Kamala didn't want to have Josh Shapiro, because Josh Shapiro would steal her shine.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
George Clooney was on CNN yesterday discussing the Biden op-ed that he wrote. That really kind of started this whole unraveling of it, of Joe Biden, the Democrat Party. We know what was going on behind the scenes, obviously, because obviously that debate that he did with Trump was an obvious setup, because they knew he wasn't there. That's why they needed time. So they're like, let's do a debate in June. And they're like, really, June? And he just played along. He's like, sure. And then they pushed him out. George Clooney really started this whole thing after that debate with this op-ed that he wrote. Roll this.
Separately but related, movie superstar George Clooney is speaking out in a new interview with CNN's Jake Tapper about the controversial New York Times op-ed he wrote back in July of last year, in which he urged Biden to drop his bid for re-election.
You yourself did something that a lot of people would call brave when you wrote your op-ed.
Brave.
Well, I don't know if it was brave. It was
theater?
It was a civic duty.
Look at his hair dye. Look at the hair dye.
Because I found that people on my side of the
Edward
street,
R. Murrow, guys. Come on.
Democrat in Kentucky, so I get it. When I saw people on my side of the street not telling the truth, I thought that was time to...
Are people still mad at you for that?
Some people, sure. It's okay. Listen, the idea of freedom of speech, the specific idea of it is, you can't demand freedom of speech and then say, but don't say bad things about me.
The full interview is set to air.
Yeah, I talked about his play, Good Luck, Good Night, I believe it's called. It's
Good Night, Good Luck.
Good Night, Good Luck. Yeah, it's on Broadway. But it's the whole premise, which I mentioned in the big take, is about honesty and integrity in journalism and media. And yes, he's playing Edward R. Murrow. But you can't then insert in your play at the end that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute when that's not what he did, nor is Kamala Harris or AOC doing the Nazi salute when we screen grab photos of an arm flailing and post them on
Right.
social media. But it's just pretty ridiculous that he's there trying to say he's brave. Dude, you were literally just penning an op-ed for the New York Times speaking on behalf of Barack Obama. There's two mouthpieces for Barack Obama, David Axelrod and George Clooney. It's not bravery. Dude, you're a shill for Obama because you're his boy. And Obama didn't want to come out and write the op-ed. So what does he do? Hey, George, throw me a bone, man. I'll do you a solid. Boom.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
By the way, in that movie, Edward R. Murrow movie, George Clooney directed the original film production of it, and David Statham played Edward R. Murrow. And it was a great movie.
I'd actually like to see
movie.
it.
So that's why.
Yeah.
No, it's a great movie. I remember seeing it multiple times, and that's why his hair is dark and dyed, because he's playing the character of the film that he produced. And he directed the original Good Night and Good Luck.
Yeah. I'm not a huge Broadway play fan, but I'll tell you what.
I'm not either.
I would go to New York. Now, this is maybe not New York. Let's say that came to the Keswick or something locally. I'd actually like to go see that.
Yeah.
Nah, stage productions of movies where you're just sitting around and talking, why even bother?
You
I
like
mean,
the
there's a
musical
lot of
theater?
smoking, too. I wonder whether Clooney, because Edward R. Murray smoked like a chimney. So I wonder if George Clooney has to have a cigarette lit the entire time.
I mean, if we're keeping in character, he should then.
What was he burning back in the day? Pall Malls?
Yeah, it was non-filtered. That'd be Lucky Strike, Pall Malls,
Lucky
Camels,
Strike.
Lucky Strike or Pall Malls. Those were the go-to back in those days.
Did you smoke, Bruno?
Yeah, but I didn't smoke the non. My dad smoked Lucky Strikes back in the day, because my dad was in the military, so all the military dudes would strike. But the one thing, when I tried to smoke, I smoked when I was a kid. I stopped like 35 years ago. But the one thing about non-filtered, and I don't know how people do it with joints, when you put it on your lip and then it gets stuck, and then you rip off a piece of your bottom lip.
Yeah.
Ooh.
On the cigarettes or on a joint. That's why I don't smoke.
Yeah.
I don't want my lips to look like Greg Stocker's hands. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Let me just put that up there for you. There you go. For those of you who tune in late, I had a mishap with a ladder. And I'm working in pain today. I don't know if I'll be able to do the bike ride. It's gonna be touch and go, day to day. I could develop sepsis like Donald Norcross.
Sepsis?
Wait a
Oh
minute.
my God.
Richard Notaro says you're pulling a Joel Embiid. You're going to bail on the bike ride so that you can save your eligibility for the Olympic Games in 2 years, whenever the hell they're coming up again, in 28.
Tough but fair. We should take a break. On the other side, because we saw more of the cut sheet. There's this narrative that's been going around, and I have the actual story that's been floating around mainstream media. It's about a Michigan community leader that was shot and killed by a Pennsylvania state police officer after the car chase. The man was black, the police officer was white, so we're making this a race issue. But the body cam footage, this happened in early April. The body cam footage was just released. And it's not as cut and dry as headlines like this would make it sound. We'll get to all of that on the other side.
855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, we'll take your calls as well. A lot to get to in the 9 o'clock hour as the never-ending. By the way, folks, this is Stocker's last day until next Tuesday.
Thank you.
So he's shooting all his shots in the cut sheet today.
All my shots.
Yes.
I need to go on medical leave, Tony, because I don't know if you've seen my fingers. So I'm going.
I've seen him, man. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you
thank you.
drove in
Thank
today.
you,
Did
Tony.
you have a driver? Did you call Rich Cioli's limo driver to get you in today?
Yes, this is 1210 WPHT, where we're all injured. We're all working injured.
Got to play hurt, folks.
Yeah, play hurt.
And if your lawn is hurt, well, we've got the solution.
Yeah.
Your lawn no longer needs to be like Stocker. It doesn't have to be day to day. It can thrive right now. And doesn't it make sense that you hire a company that provides better results while simultaneously being safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally every year. Don't just take my word for it, though. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn, and you too will have an eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. When you schedule their full-service program today, you will get free seeding every year. That's correct. This is not a Ponzi scheme. This is not a scam. This is not Social Security or anything else that Joe Biden claims, or Elon Musk for that matter. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding every year, here's what you do. You call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardie fiber cement siding and Certainteed vinyl siding. Now, siding, it's not just for curb appeal. It also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years experience, and they complete every project with care and such precision. They always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, the options that best fit you and your home. So don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off. Do this today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. The PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club is coming in May 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling, way down inside. Honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love.
904. Kayal and Company. Live on this Wednesday morning in the middle of April. Shout out to everybody dealing with the pollen and the allergies. I need a Zyrtec the size of a cannoli. My God.
Are
Greg.
the cherry blossoms in full bloom right now?
Oh, my truck is completely coated in like a yellow tint. It's just atrocious.
That's why you have to move to Florida, because as Anna and I both know, there's pollen all year round because nothing dies here except, some people who live here.
Except old people there.
They come here to die. Woke, I tell you what comes here to die. Woke comes to die here in
Well,
Florida.
I mean, come on.
But you have to take allergy.
Goes to die.
You're damn right, Ronnie.
Yeah.
But I can call him Ronnie because he's my governor.
Yeah.
But anyway, you have to take Claritin every day here because something's always blooming 365 days a year, including the onions. By the way, I just got into the Social Security Administration that Joe Biden says you can't log into because there's nobody working. I got in 30 seconds, and I could tell you how much money I made. I got my 1099 from last year. So Joe Biden is an absolute fraud. And somebody should remind him that he's lying about Social Security. The Democrats are lying about Social Security. Because I'll tell you right now, paying into it my entire life, if my Social Security would cut off, there would be millions of people in my age group who would march on Washington, not with stupid signs. We'd be there with pitchforks. And what else
And
do they have? What was the other? And walkers and torches. I don't need a walker yet. Thanks a lot, Anna.
Wow.
You think I need a walker?
Anna Hummel, top
not
rope.
You.
Elbow smash.
Other people, not you.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
It is WrestleMania season.
Yeah, it is.
Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker, as we continue with the never-ending last edition of the Cut Sheet until next Tuesday with Stocker at the helm.
By the way, this portion of the Cut Sheet is sponsored by Reynolds Restoration. When disaster strikes, respond and rebuild with care with Reynolds Restoration. Reynolds Homes. Reynolds provides 24/7 emergency response for fire, flood, storm damage, and more, restoring homes and businesses to their pre-loss condition. Remember, Reynolds at reynoldsrestoration.com. That's reynoldsrestoration.com. Pam Bondi made an announcement just a couple minutes ago on Maine's, the state of Maine's violation of Title IX. This is how that sounded.
Today, the Department of Justice is announcing a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education.
Riley Gaines standing next
The
to her.
state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports. This is also about these young women's personal safety. I've met many of these women throughout the past weeks and months, and what they have been through is horrific. We have exhausted every other remedy. We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits. We want to get states to comply with us. That's what this is about. We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women. We've stripped grants from Maine through other departments, and we are going to continue to fight for women.
Yeah, I think I saw O'Reilly then speak, and Linda McMahon is there as well. It's just staggering to me. This is, I would assume that all of these state by state or district by district resistances could eventually lead to the Supreme Court of the United States, or maybe there's just going to be one general case that kind of creates precedents that trickles down. I don't understand why some of these, it's amazing if some of these schools will fight back against, Trump, like Harvard, right? Oh, don't take our federal funding. This is free speech. No, anti-Semitism and crossing a certain line is not free speech. Yet they're willing to risk losing the funding over this. And for what? How many transgender athletes are in the state of Maine? I mean, there's only like 13.
No one knows.
There's
No
only
one
13
cares.
people that live in Maine anyway.
That's true. The most shocking thing about this is the fact that Pam Bondi is almost 60 years old. She looks.
Well, yeah,
she gives me hope. She looks so good. My fellow
she was an actress, She was an. By the way,
she's
the worst part. The worst part of this is that you look who's in charge in the state of Maine and Massachusetts. These are women. They have a women governor in Massachusetts, woman mayor in Boston, woman governor in Maine, who looks like a dude. And these are the people who are punishing women in sports. Women governors, women Congress people, women senators, United States senators, they're the ones who are punishing biological females by allowing males to compete against them. And they're crying about all these other injustices. It's a joke.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
Meanwhile, females that have huge platforms in sports media on ESPN are more triggered over a dude at a Braves game getting the phone number of a chick saying, well, if that was me and the roles were reversed, I'd be fired. Yet you remain silent on national television or with your massive social media followings to say the controversial take of men shouldn't compete in women's sports. You know what? I'm like the bus driver in Ohio. And this is a battle that the broads need to fight. I'm out of it. I'm done. I've done my
agree.
part.
Yeah.
It's up to you, Anna.
I'm
Anna,
gonna
you
talk
have
to your
grab
people.
the baton.
Yep.
Grab the
You have
baton,
to
Anna.
grab the baton,
yeah.
and you have to lead this all the way down here. I would go to Dale Mabry. I would go into Mons Venus, and then I'd go to 2001 and all the other establishments where men who understand that biological women who are performing at these great venues that are worldwide known in Tampa Bay, in the city of Tampa.
Yep.
You have to go door to door today at lunchtime and spread the word. We will not tolerate this anymore.
Spread the word, Anna.
And Hummel, you should be doing that because you got rocked yesterday in jiu-jitsu by a 9-year-old
I sure
boy.
did. Listen, I take full responsibility for engaging in that. I knew I was going to lose, but decided to engage anyways. Listen, it's crazy to me because everyone is making a big deal about this because now everybody thinks that they care about women's sports. Let's just be honest. No one still cares about women's sports.
Nobody ever did.
So why are we talking about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But why would a male want to compete in a class that nobody watches or cares about anyway?
You make a great point. Nobody cares about women's sports for the most part. I hate to break it to you. Unless you're a parent with daughters, you really don't care. And females don't. This is not a dude chauvinistic thing. Nobody watches the WNBA until Caitlin Clark came along, right?
Right.
So for 30 years, the WNBA hasn't turned a profit. You know why? Because women do not watch women's basketball. And I'm speaking in generalities here. I know
I know what you're saying.
I know there's some girls that played high school basketball and watched the WNBA, but by and large, nobody watches it. So if the females don't care for it, then why should the other gender have to fight the battle or be willing to fight that battle?
I would say that the only female sport that anybody is even looking at is when female fighters get on a UFC card. That's pretty much it. Or during the Olympics when you watch Simone Biles do the crazy flips at, in gymnastics. But other than that, people don't care. And the fact that I don't know how many times I need to say or anybody needs to say you cannot have biological men, especially if they transitioned after male puberty. After male puberty, things happen that are irreversible.
Correct.
You can't change. And just because you took a little bit of hormone blockers or a little bit of estrogen doesn't shrink you 5 inches and make you that much weaker. As we saw with Leah Thomas, who was still 6'3" with balls in the pool swimming with women who were my size. It's insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Big balls.
Yeah. Some would say
hairy balls.
Not sweaty balls.
Not in the water.
Yeah, of course, we're talking about basketballs. Gail King. We played this earlier.
Oh God,
Tony.
Oh my God.
So we went off. So the FAA who spoke out against the
FAA
against chicks in space. Gail King says it's sexist to call their space ride a space ride. Because when men do it, it's not called a ride. Roll this.
What do you think when people say, oh, it's frivolous? Number one, they call it a ride, which I find very irritating because they never say men went for a ride. What do you say to people who think that this was frivolous or just a ride?
Yeah.
You know, I think the message that it sends is very, very powerful. And the people that say that, by the way, weren't there.
So what is it if not a ride?
I know.
What was it? A journey? Is that a better word?
It almost felt like a tongue-in-cheek comment, but the fact that it came out so effortlessly makes me think that she talks about that stuff all the time, right? So I don't know. I go for a ride in my truck, but I don't really glamorize it. I mean, Tony, you go for a ride on your boat sometimes, right?
Yeah, I go for a ride all the time. You know, I put the top down, convertible sound, I cranking up the subwoofers in the back of the truck, all those things, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this is a joke. Katy Perry, of all people, she's up there promoting her concert tour. This is an amusement park ride. I said it the other day. The ride that they just took down at Great Adventure in North Jersey, Central Jersey, was more scary. They had to take it down. It was so scary.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Gail King, and they're sitting out in the darkness in the Texas desert. And then the big reveal was that when this little capsule stops, they started opening the door from within. What capsule do you know that goes into space, which is 65 miles, so you're technically weightless up there, 65 miles up, and then they were floating around for a couple of seconds, and they were back down in 11 seconds, and you would think that they cured cancer. They're not astronauts. There's no training required. Guys were paying money in the beginning to Bezos to do that, but then the giveaway was when they opened the capsule, they got caught. The capsule opened from the inside. There's no capsule that opens from the inside. And you got 5 or 6 women in there, You know, they're the ones who are supposed to open the capsule.
Yeah.
And then you saw Bezos goes over, and then all of a sudden the capsule starts opening, and it was premature, so they had him close it again so they would look like that they had to open the capsule from the outside.
Yep.
Because that's how space vehicles are. And if you saw the takeoff, there's like propane tanks out there. So yes, this thing was an actual rocket, and it does go 65 miles, but then it comes down and lands with a parachute, you know, in the same area. And they had all these people out there thinking that they had just cured cancer. And then Gayle King, of all people, Oprah's there crying. There were like 50 people there in the middle of Texas, and they're making it look like they just did the most incredible scientific, any female astronaut or any woman training to become a legitimate astronaut or a pilot, because most astronauts are pilots first. How many of these broads could actually pilot a small engine plane? The only person who could pilot something would be Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' main squeeze. She could be in a hot air balloon providing the ballast in case something goes wrong. I mean, it's a joke. Every single one of those women in there is a joke. And the fact that they are demanding respect and claiming that what they did was heroic in any way, shape, or form, that's an even bigger insult to women than the stupid, this doesn't really happen that much. Women, you know, they complain about women in sports and biological men, but really the cases there aren't that many cases. Why is it every day there's another case of a man competing against biological women if it's something that never happens? It's happening every day.
Look, I give them credit for going up 65 miles into space. I get queasy taking I get queasy taking the elevator up to the 4th floor here at Odyssey. I couldn't do it, but Anna, you said it. This was no shattering of a glass ceiling that they accomplished.
No. I mean, this was incredible, but not because of them. That's what I want them to know. Like, the technology and the fact that they can do joyrides like this is insane.
Yeah.
And come back down safely in 11 minutes. I mean, that's awesome, but that's not because of you, though.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that.
Exactly.
And if it's not a ride, what was it?
Yeah.
What was it? I just want to know what was it?
I will say it's kind of shaped like a penis.
Of course,
right?
They all are, right?
They all
Like
are.
Yeah. But this one especially so.
Yeah, okay. I'll give it a second look.
We
again.
have to take this phone call. This is amazing.
Uh-oh.
Chris,
let's go to the phones.
From South Philadelphia is calling us from Tokyo.
What?
So the Odyssey app works better in Tokyo than it does in Berlin. Chris, hello.
Hello there. No, I'm still on YouTube.
What time is it in Tokyo?
It is 10:18 p.m. I actually got to the hotel around like 8 o'clock, like right when you guys started, something like that. So.
Oh, this is Forsyth.
wait, Chris. This is Chris Forsyth who shows up at some of our events.
Yep.
How the hell did you get to Tokyo?
By plane, I think. I don't think you can drive there. Not a bridge over there yet.
What'd you say, Chris? How'd you get there?
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Of course, it's a Star Wars thing. Star Wars Celebration is being held in Japan this year.
What time What time is it right now in Japan?
It is 10:19 p.m.
Yeah.
So you've been drinking for
How
4
many? Yeah.
Well,
How many sake bombs have you done by now? Sake bomb. Sake bomb.
So I'm about to go downstairs to the bar right now, but I got this Japanese bourbon at the moment.
Wow.
And it's weird.
Yeah.
It's not like anything like American or like Irish. It's like sweet. It's odd.
It's like Japanese, right?
Really?
Yeah. Like I don't know.
It's weird. It's weird that a Japanese bourbon wouldn't taste anything like an American bourbon.
How long are you there for, Chris?
It's the water.
2 weeks. I come back on the 30th.
Wow.
Now, what is this costing you? I mean, you don't go. It's not like going over to Runnymede, New Jersey.
Yeah, I'm not going to be financially stable after this.
At least he's like
took out a loan.
This is great.
Chris Forsyth, for those of you who don't know, lives his best life. Honestly,
he does.
He's like he drinks, he smokes, he does everything. He shows up at all our events. He has fun. He goes to Japan. He goes to here, there. He's living the life we should be living.
He documents our events on YouTube.
I know.
Shows up with a flask and a camera.
So when am I getting this job?
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Geisha, have you met any hot geisha girls while you're there?
Great question, Tony.
Oh, dude. The plane in the airport. Oh man, I was having a field day. I'm like, hey, I got an open bed for a couple days so my buddy gets here.
That didn't win him over.
This is like an episode of Big Bang Theory.
So what's the Star Wars thing?
I don't watch that show.
What's the Star Wars thing you're there for?
So it's Star Wars Celebration. Think like San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, yeah, like think like San Diego Comic-Con, like the biggest Comic-Con you could go to.
Yeah.
But it's just Star Wars.
Nice.
Well, here's the thing, Chris. If Phil Almquist ever leaves from his YouTube video position, I know a few people. I'll put in a recommendation. But if you're going to run our YouTube, you cannot be drinking while you're working.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you pass a drug test?
Not today.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, okay. just not an alcohol test.
But I mean, here's the truth. You know, you'd still have 19 hours in your day to drink after you leave this show.
It's true. It's true.
Right. Yeah,
Whatever
that's plenty of time.
whatever you do in your personal time that's on you, not on me. So.
Hey, Chris, on a serious note, how are the streets over in Japan? We see all these videos of how clean it is, unlike our country. It's probably pretty beautiful, right?
It's wild. Like, it's nothing like Philly. Like, everywhere I've been, so, like, from well, I've only been to the airport to the hotel so far.
Oh, okay.
But, like, it's spotless.
All right. Very good. Chris, thank you so much, buddy. Be safe. Enjoy yourself.
Keep checking in with us.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Chris and
Singapore probably has the cleanest streets in the world. They don't mess around. You can't remember you throw gum on the sidewalk and they come down and put you in that prison in El Salvador. By the way, that Chris Von Hollen guy, who by the way is the same senator of Maryland who never said anything about the woman who was raped and murdered in his own district, is now boarding his plane to go. I hope that they, when his plane lands, that they cuff him and say, do you have any authority to be in our country? You don't just fly into somebody's country and confront the president of that country, do you?
No.
Could you imagine that? Could
No.
you imagine somebody who doesn't like Zelensky or who's tired of the whole, sending money to Zelensky for war and sending bombs to Zelensky like, Shapiro did?
Yeah.
Would you imagine if somebody goes to Zelensky and says, I want you to release my friend? What would Zelensky do to that person? You would never see that person again. So this guy, Van Hollen, I hope they cuff him and put him in the same jail cell. He's going to go check to see how the guy's being treated. This guy's an idiot. And by the way, I hope Cory Booker is getting on a plane in Newark and goes there and also is incarcerated and thrown into slander with his own.
Cory Booker should go to El Salvador and filibuster there for 25 hours.
Yeah. In the prison, standing there just like what's-her-name did.
Yeah, Noam.
Now, Christy Noam, stand in front of those inmates and tell everybody what a weasel you are, Corey. People are idiots.
I agree.
We should take a break and then come back. And I still want to get to this police officer body cam footage that shows a different side of the story than is being reported in the mainstream media. Shocking, I know that. So you're going to have to get on over to YouTube to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Get over there right now. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there so you can see this video.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by the Gift of Life. Join Gift of Life for the 28th annual Donor Dash. It's coming up on Sunday, April 27th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. All three, Stocker wouldn't do any of them. Register today at donorsone.org.
I'm injured.
Back after this.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Get ready for
your workouts will...
Stay tuned for...
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I love sticking people.
Kayal and Company. 9:30. Rolling on to Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker. 855-839-1210. Take us wherever you go, even to Tokyo. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Make sure you download that today. Watch us on YouTube. Like us, subscribe to us, get us on demand. You wake up in the middle of the night, 2:30 in the morning, you can't sleep. Go back and watch the show on YouTube. It's what I do. Not really. But I do watch the show sometimes later in the day, just to go back and fine-tune the craft.
By the way, apropos of nothing you were talking about, this is Ringo Starr. It don't come easy. Ringo Starr was the first Beatle post Beatles to have a #1 hit. Wow, that's surprising.
I didn't know he was still alive. That's also surprising to me.
He is. He's still performing.
He is still performing. And I think Photograph was the first hit that he had after the Beatles in 72-ish or something like that. 71, I'm not sure.
Look at you with a little music history.
And I believe it was the first...
Phil Holmquist's head's exploding now in the other back room.
And I believe it was the first #1 hit that any Beatle had post-Beatles.
How about that?
Now, obviously, Paul McCartney had a much longer career. George Harrison had a bunch of #1 hits. John Lennon, of course, had Imagine and all that stuff. But
so Ringo's still performing?
He is.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, so is Paul McCartney.
Phil's probably going to go see him later this summer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pam Bondi took some questions too about. So, in case you're just joining us at 9:30, she spoke this morning about the enforcement of the Trump administration's ban on transgender athletes in sports, the Title IX situation that's happening right now in Maine. A reporter asked about the Abrego Garcia story and about court records and evidence that they have that this man is a MS-13 member. Roll this.
Topic over the past few weeks, Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland. He's in a prison now in El Salvador. He was sent there. You insist, the president, everybody in the administration insists that he is MS-13. It appears that there's not going to be any sort of trial. He's not going to come back. DHS said he would be arrested and redeported if he comes back. Why not show the American people the evidence that he's MS-13 so they can make an informed decision? And that goes the same with this Henry Josue Santos, who was picked up in Virginia, who is now presumably going to be deported as well. Why not show the public the evidence?
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been living illegally in our country from El Salvador. ICE testified, an immigration judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. An appellate judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. Hard stop. He should not be in our country. He was deported. They needed one additional step in paperwork, but now MS-13 is characterized as they should be, as an FTO, as a foreign terrorist organization. So he is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story. If he wanted to send him back, we would give him a plane ride back. There was no situation ever where he was going to stay in this country. None. He would have come back, had one extra step of paperwork, and gone back again. But he's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
Well, I mean, stop it right there. So here's the thing. If we've had a judge as well as an appellate judge in the appeals process rule that he is, in fact, an MS-13 member and enough sufficient evidence was provided by the DOJ, well, then this should be public knowledge, right? Or if it's not, file a Freedom of Information request and get the evidence or whatever the government used in their case to prove to multiple judges that he is. So I don't know who asked that question, but if you're a real journalist, you should actually seek out those documents and it would be available to you. And you say, okay, this is the evidence that Pam Bondi used. I would think that that's available to Americans in some form or fashion. I don't think this is kept in secrecy somewhere, unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know.
By the way, Miss Robin just did a search on a Dutch website because this is a story that's being blocked on Google and you can't find it. There's a newspaper in Chesapeake, Virginia, which is its own private independent county down there. And they have a story that Jennifer Vasquez, the wife that we played the cut of earlier today
Mm-hmm.
of the so-called Maryland man who's in prison, she filed for a protective order due to domestic violence from her husband on May 13th, 2021, and a final order was issued on June 17th, 2021. The Prince George County's District Judge, Lakeisha Allen, Judge Allen, was elevated to the court August 1st, 2024 by Maryland Governor Wes Moore. So anyway, the wife of the guy who was crying yesterday saying that she needs her husband back. There is case information. There are court documents that she filed after exploring the innocence of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. The TV news account never bothered to report the Maryland court records on the domestic violence complaint filed by Jennifer Vasquez in May 2021.
Wow.
So
no
it's in the
one's
court
screaming
records.
for that evidence.
So that's great producing out of Robin, which in that case,
Play it right. Both people win.
both people win. The wife is no longer allegedly abused, and Americans are safer.
Yeah, win-win.
But then
for
she
everyone.
stages this thing yesterday where she's crying and, I want my husband back. And so that's what bothers me about these stories. I don't know whether the guy was MS-13. That's what they're saying. But now this Chris Van Hollen's going down there, and then Cory Booker's going to go down there. They should not allow their planes to land. I would refuse their planes landing there because they're not flying a commercial, are they? They have to be flying some sort of a private or government plane, right? How does Chris Van Hollen? Maybe there are regular flights to El Salvador. I don't know. But anyway, this story is just so particularly crazy. And now you have these documents that have been hidden by the United States media. Robin had to go overseas online, not to Tokyo, but to Holland, to the Dutch media, to find out. The Dutch media.
The stinking Dutch.
Not past the Dutch, not the freaky deaky Dutch. Not the past the Dutchy from the left-hand side.
Not Dutch Dalton.
And not Dutch Masters, of course, which people used to make weed, right? Wasn't that the Philly Blunts? That's what they used to use, right?
Yeah.
Philly Blunts, man. Come on, let's get your street knowledge up to date, boys.
Yeah.
And girls.
Yeah, that's a lot of moxie, beating your wife who was your ticket into the country. Because she's an American citizen. Not that he was there legally by any means, but I think he was married to an American citizen, and then he starts beating her. That would not be my move.
No.
I was trying to stay in the country under the radar. But
so there's a story that's been floating around about, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can see I printed it out. And the way it's being framed is a lot different than when they just released the body camera footage yesterday. So the headline is, Michigan community leader shot and killed by Pennsylvania state police after car chase. Deshaun Dante Lee, 30, died following an altercation with Pennsylvania state police. A Michigan community leader was shot and killed by Pennsylvania state troopers following an April 4th chase in a stolen Ohio State highway patrol vehicle.
Okay.
Deshaun Dante Lee, 30, crashed the stolen vehicle during a pursuit of Pennsylvania state troopers as he turned onto the Ohio Turnpike, according to a police report obtained by MLive. The chase began after Leith assaulted an Ohio State trooper, stealing his car to flee the scene. The trooper had originally responded to a single vehicle rollover crash on the turnpike. Penn Live reported that the driver, identified as Leith, began to assault the trooper before stealing the patrol vehicle to flee east towards Pennsylvania. Now, if you see this video, and it's long, so I just took a little bit of it. I'm going to go in and out of it because there's altercations, there's some cursing. He says the B word over and over again, but he keeps saying Jesus. Like, he was praying, Jesus. And you can see him have this altercation with the police. He charges the cop.
Yep.
The cop brings out a taser, and there's an altercation. He then steals the Pennsylvania State Police officer's car, goes on a trip. So I'm going to go in and out of this because I'm not really sure the language here.
Sure.
Roll a little.
That's Jesus, bitch! That's Jesus, bitch!
See, I mean, you can see them going back and forth. He's attacking the cop. The cop is trying to defend himself. YouTube.com/1210WPHT.
As tractor trailers are driving by 6 feet from you on the shoulder.
Can you imagine?
This poor cop has just thinks he's responding to a normal call, and this guy is
Mr. PCP.
Is assaulting him.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is a pretty.
God.
The cop does a good job because that guy's. He's pretty built.
Yeah, and I mean, he's using hand-to-hand combat. It looks like the taser got knocked out of his hand.
Yep.
At that point, I'm resorting to my pistol and popping one in his leg.
And this is when he steals the car. So you can see him driving. You can see him driving the police car, and he's praying. And
so let me guess. The narrative is here that the white officer acted beyond his ability or beyond the law against a black suspect. This is exactly why every state, every municipality should have body cam footage because it will end, for the most part, any racial grifting. And
unless it's withheld, like it has been in the past.
It will also let out, the bad cops. If there's cops out there doing, I want them gone too.
Exactly.
Watch the accident here. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see him swerving in and out of cars.
Oh my God.
And then he's
passing in the right lane. First of all, that's he hits the median, then he hits the other side, and then that baby flips. Yeah. It flips upside down.
Oh man!
Boom!
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just going to assume under the influence of something.
I don't know. There must have been. I believe there's some mental health there because of what he kept saying over and over again. It's
what state was that?
That was in Ohio. So
I thought it was Ohio. Yeah.
So he's a Michigan leader who took a vehicle allegedly of a police officer in Ohio and then made it to Pennsylvania.
Yes.
He's covering the Big Ten basically.
Lethal, and
at least he didn't drop the Ohio State Buckeyes championship trophy at a ceremony at the White House.
I agree. That's far worse.
Worse offense.
In this article too, Nick, it says Lethal was known in his neighborhood for his advocacy work. He founded the Underdog Nation, a nonprofit dedicated to serving children impacted by community violence in Washita County and beyond.
By people like him.
As we've established, whether you're a Maryland man, a family man, or you're a family man that got arrested on January 6th, as long as you're a family man, you can do whatever the hell you want. That's the new defense in the court of law.
That's
family
good for you,
man,
Nick, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Patty C writes, Gail King reported the crash as a ride.
Now that was a wild ride right there.
That's a great tweet. That's the comment of the day.
Comment of the day, Patty C. You got it.
By the way, shout out to Chris Forsyth, who is still now on YouTube, on Twitter, tweeting pictures of the sunset, an orange sun.
Oh wow!
Orange moon. I mean, orange moon bad. He's sending pictures now
in Japan.
You, Greg, and Nick, and me, and 1210 WPHT. Chris Forsyth in Japan.
By the way, there's also reports that Chris Forsyth was the man driving that vehicle that we just watched.
Oh God!
By the way, the Japanese culture, the food, and the respectful. I mean, it's just
great people.
Great people.
It's the way America should be.
Exactly.
Or at least it was in the 50s when we watch all those videos of everybody getting along in a civil fashion.
Yeah.
No graffiti.
No graffiti. No fatzos. No fights on no self-defecation on the plane.
I mean, they do have they do have sumo wrestlers, right? That's what sumo wrestlers.
But that's an art form.
Martial art. And jiu-jitsu.
Do they have transgender sumo wrestlers in Japan?
I'm sure there's lady boys there, right?
Anna, if you were a Japanese broad that did sumo, would you wrestle a dude?
Probably. Well, I guess I could probably take a Japanese guy. That's probably the only guy that I could take. They're pretty small. But I have heard, because the Japanese are so, it's such a repressed society, that they are super freaks. You know what I mean?
Chubby, fat-looking children.
Super freaks?
Yeah. Like behind closed doors.
Rick James, damn it. Didn't Rick James sing that?
Into freaky stuff. That's what I've heard.
Road Warrior says they have awesome forced marches. Yeah, that's true. I didn't say it was
marches?
I didn't say it was a free country.
It's just a wang.
I just said they keep their people in line there. I agree with you. I hate
it's residual from the Imperial Japan days.
Yeah.
They're just well behaved now.
There's too much. There's so much freedom here. We have the freedom to be fatzos. So
yes, we do.
Yeah. All right, we should break.
All right, Kayal and Company will come back. What occurred today in music history? The morning mystery movie clip. We'll have some news. Dom will be in here shortly as we get set to wind it down on a Wednesday as Stocker takes another sabbatical. He'll be back in a couple of months. His fingers will still be bruised.
Stop it.
We're back after this.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome. Hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh, my God.
Really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Bobbed off.
Yeah, it's Kayal and Company, 9:50 Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Tony Bruno. Greg Stocker. Boxes 3 and 4 occupied by Floridians. 50% of the show live today in Southwest Florida.
By the way, going up to 83 today.
Stop.
It's a beautiful day for baseball.
Stop.
Here's the two. I'm sorry.
It's great baseball weather, is it not?
Absolutely. It's great. Anything weather. Beach weather. It's whatever you need to do. Go outside. I'm going to be on a ladder today trying to put up sheetrock in my house. I will have a report. If my hands look like Stockers tomorrow,
Thank you.
I will still be here.
Thank
I
you.
will not allow a slip and fall injury to stop my progress tomorrow morning. We'll be we'll do the entire 4 hours, right?
That's right.
6 to 10 a.m.
That's right.
So who's the crew tomorrow? It's obviously Nick. You're going to be there, right?
It'll be you, me, Dawn, Phil, and Jimmy.
Jimmy. Love Jimmy.
Love Jimmy. There you go.
Jimmy's the man.
Well, let's see if we need to reevaluate that statement based on the movie, because sometimes he picks one that nobody has a clue what the hell it is.
There's a reason he picked this today.
Yes, if you're paying attention, he absolutely, and he told us this earlier.
Remember my fingers.
Yes. So this is not on him if you don't get it. It's on you for not listening to the show for all 4 hours with a great attention span. Let's get to the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Let me tell you something, boy. Engine 33 is the busiest and most disciplined firehouse in the city. No room for slackers. You got that?
I know that, sir.
We get over 4,000 calls a year. It's a lot of action. Got to be willing to go the extra mile. Are you, Jack? Now, are you willing to go the extra mile?
Well, yes, sir.
I don't think so.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize, a Fandango movie code. A pair of Fandango movie codes to see Thunderbolts from Marvel Studios, only in theaters May 2nd. Caller 12, correct answer, you get to go to the movies. 855-839-1210. And if you were listening to some of the offbeat commentary throughout the show, you should be able to put the dots together and cross the T's and all that other stuff and figure it out. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. From the movies to the music, it's time for Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 16th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jason Sheff from Chicago, who's 63, Dave Perner from Soul Asylum, who's 61, and Peter Garrett from Midnight Oil, who's 72. Heavenly birthday shouts to Jerry Rafferty as well as Selena. Singles include The Reflex by Duran Duran in 84, Brown Sugar by the Stones in 71, Pour Some Sugar on Me by Def Leppard in 88, and Cradle Love by Billy Idol in 90. Albums include Evil Empire by Rage Against the Machine in 96, Savage Amusement by the Scorpions in 88, Crusader by Saxon in 84, At War with Satan by Venom also in 84, and in 2007, Wasp-related Dominator and Annihilator released metal. Come on, get my metal in there. Also in 72, ELO made their live debut. In 74, Queen made theirs. In 70, Led Zeppelin's Whole Lotta Love was certified gold. In 64, the Beatles filmed a chase scene for A Hard Day's Night. In 94, Pearl Jam performed Daughter on SNL. And in 92, Nirvana appeared on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine with Kurt Cobain wearing a t-shirt that said, "Corporate magazines still suck." Yes. Rolling Stone magazine still does and has for a long time. But lastly, a few more concerts announced for yesterday, including ZZ Top at Wind Creek in Bethlehem on September 21st, Judas Priest with Alice Cooper in Holmdel, New Jersey on September 26th, and the Struts with Dirty Honey at the Fillmore on August 23rd. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
I'll tell you, Wind Creek gets some good performances for the Lehigh Valley.
It's a really good venue,
Absolutely.
too.
Yeah.
By the way, Phil, since I'm not going to be here for the rest of the week,
Yes.
What do you have coming up on Saturday for your show?
I am going to open up. Well, we're going to pay a homage to show number 5. That's how I'm going to start the show. And then the Phil Spotlight will focus on, let's say, We'll start with Cinderella. There's a big song that Cinderella does that we'll do the theme for this
All
week's.
the Phil timers
out there.
Or as Mangle Much calls him, Cinderfella.
Well, that may be true, but
By the way, it'll be Easter. It'll be Holy Saturday.
Yes.
So you'll be playing you should play. I was actually watching the documentary last night about the former preacher turned comedian who was screaming about it. It was a preacher. The whole Jesus resurrections thing. You got to do a little resurrection music.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I would lose half my audience if I did that. Just saying.
Sam Kinison, play a little Sam Kinison on Saturday night.
Did you his first Sam Kinison? Speaking of him, because he just died. He didn't just die, but it was the anniversary of his death
last week.
Yeah, the beginning of April. He died in '92, right?
Yes.
Right, in a car wreck, a head-on collision.
Yeah, by a drunk driver, which is shocking because he was sober. If you ever watch his first David Letterman appearance, you should go on YouTube and watch it. It is like he does half preacher, half comedy, and it is just it is amazing.
There's a great documentary on, I think it's on Prime Video.
Yes.
It's amazing. His whole career, his whole family.
Yep.
His parents were Baptist preachers.
Yep.
He was a preacher, and that's what started it. And it has reactions from all these great comics talking about what a unique talent he was. And obviously he died at the age of 38 in 1992 in a car wreck.
Yeah, 2 months before he died, I actually saw him at UConn.
I heard his last couple of years of performing weren't that great because of his booze and drug addiction.
Was his Letterman appearance as good as his cameo in Married with Children?
I
thought you were going to talk about his cameo in Back to School.
Well, with Dangerfield, that's an all-timer.
Oh, yeah. No, Rodney Dangerfield discovered him. Rodney Dangerfield discovered him when he was in Texas at a local comedy club.
It's true.
And he believed in him, and he put him in the movie, the school movie.
Back to School.
Right, one of the greatest scenes ever in Back to School.
Where he's yelling, say it.
Yep.
Here's a poll question if Phil wants to throw it up when he gets back to his booth. If we can only bring one great back that died too young, and your options are Sam Kinison or Chris Farley, who are you bringing back?
Oh,
Chris Farley.
Chris Farley.
They both died around the same age, right? Farley
He was
died
33. He was young, Chris Farley.
Sam Kinison was revolutionary in my
Oh,
opinion
yeah.
as far as comedy
Yeah,
goes.
I got to go Sam Kinison, too, because, I mean, every comic, I mean, even Richard Pryor in this documentary is talking about what a deep thinker and a smart guy Sam Kinison really was.
Yep.
All right.
But Chris Farley was known for being a fatty, so obviously he's a fatty.
Well, so is Sam Kinison.
And as we know.
I know, but
Yeah.
Tommy want wingy.
Yeah. Richard, right here. Not so much here, but right there. All right, we will continue with Kayal and Company bonus coverage, right?
Yeah, take the winner.
Oh, there we go. I didn't even see that. My mic was
We have a
blocking
winner?
this. Yes, we do. We have Kevin in the Northeast. Kevin, what movie did we just play for you?
We got Ladder 49.
Ladder 49. That is correct. Congratulations.
Kevin.
You've got the movie QR
Thank you.
passes. All right?
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
You got
Thanks,
it, Kevin, in the Northeast. We'll come back. We'll get to some news from Anna. We have some updates to get to as well.
Yeah, the Dawn Stensland show starts in a couple.
I know, and Dawn's back. She's been texting. She's been emailing.
Yeah.
We'll do that on the other side. Dom coming up shortly. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
On a playground, trying to push each other down. See the crowd gather round under the tracks of crowd, like a crowd.
It's Kayal and Company. 10:04. Just a couple of dudes on a radio playground, hanging out with Anna Hummel here on a Wednesday. Dom Giordano coming up in a couple of minutes.
Nick is looking forward to Dawn coming back just so he doesn't have to do this extra shift.
You think I'm livid about it? I can't imagine how Dom feels. At least I've got a supporting cast.
Well, Dom can do this.
Well, Dawn's going to return the favor to Dom when Dom goes to Italy, right? That's the way this works. Dawn has to do 8 hours then. 6 to 2. Kayal and Company as we continue here. I think we have a couple of other stories, some other clips that we'll get to, but we do have to get to some news because we do have some developments on the Cody Balmer story with the Molotov cocktails and Governor Josh Shapiro and his mansion. And to get caught up in the world of news at 10:05, we hand it off down to Florida and our gal, Anna Hummel.
Yes, Kayal and Company News Live. We have some updates for you. Suspect in arson at Pennsylvania governor's home targeted the governor for his views on the war in Gaza. So our predictions, or Nick's prediction, was correct. It seems like it was politically and maybe racially or ethnically motivated. Cody Balmer, the man accused of setting fire to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence, allegedly told 911 operators he targeted the governor in part because of his views on the war in Gaza.
So if Josh Shapiro would have been super, super pro-Palestinian and been chanting from the river to the sea, his mansion probably would have been spared.
Perhaps,
And then signing those bombs probably didn't help either for this guy, remember?
and just confessing.
Wow, Kayal, good work out of you.
But look, I mean, we're talking about, Passover on a holiday weekend. Like, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put 2 and 2 together and think that allegedly it could be 4.
Sure, absolutely.
There was no guarantee, but it just felt like the easy prediction.
Yeah, absolutely. The warrant said Balmer called 911 early Sunday morning after the fire at the governor's residence and said Shapiro needs to know he will, quote, not take part in his plans for what he wants to do to the Palestinian people.
It's just, you know what's amazing about this story now is you throw in the Balmer aspect that he hates politics in general. He's not a Biden guy, not a Trump guy. The amount of people, even if they're not affiliated directly with the left, that are so in their feelings and being on the wrong side of the issue with the pro-Palestinian cause. Here's what we really should just, if you love Palestine and Hamas so much, get the hell out and go live there and see how long you live.
Yeah.
Seriously.
There's not much left. And listen, I mean, I have obviously my own thoughts and opinions about the matter. And if you want to be pro-Palestinian, whatever, but you can't set fire to people's houses. You can't harass and assault people. You can't vandalize homes. So if you have an opinion, that's great. Don't stop traffic. Write about it on Twitter. Tell your friends, whatever. But don't get violent and don't stop traffic. That is just.
Oh yeah. By the way,
that's a clean shoot in my book. So
Nancy called in earlier. Didn't want to go on the air. By the way, always come on the air with us.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand.
Jimmy
why.
Kelly's not your receptionist.
Yeah. But she was very upset that you and I were talking about running over protesters.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
And if they're blocking the road, that we should just run them over.
I mean, I'm going to double down.
Just slowly, though. I don't mean speeding. No, you edged them. You just edged them along.
They'll move. They'll eventually move. I've seen it.
Well, I always bring up the examples and the hypotheticals. I mean, what if you're a police officer or an EMS unit rushing to get to the scene of a crime or somebody that's bleeding out? What do? What if your wife is with you and she's pregnant and her water has burst and you're taking her to the hospital and I got some jerk off with a Palestinian flag blocking my road? You're getting mowed down, sucker.
Yeah.
By the way, Nancy, we're not a news station, okay? So you may not like the opinions on this station or the show, but that doesn't we're not irresponsible broadcasters because we're not a news station. We have opinions on the station, okay? So maybe our opinions are not ones that you like. Then turn it off. Turn off the radio station, okay? There's some guy.
Get out.
There's some guy that's in Kansas City that's pretending to be in Philadelphia. I'm sure he's more up your speed. He can talk about Jesus.
Go off.
Sorry.
I want my neck autograph.
Thank you. I can't take this. Well, I didn't like your opinion. Okay. Well, then call up and debate us. The phone lines are wide open. Wide open. Come on.
You won't.
Call in. You won't.
There it is.
Call in.
Oh, folks, he's down to his final 21 minutes of airtime for 5 days. He's emptying the bucket, as they say.
Thank you. I can't wait. I can't wait for all the comments when I'm off about how the show is much better without me on it.
I love Unhinged Stalker. This is great.
Oh, it's the best.
Oh, yeah. Unhinged Anna and Unhinged Stalker. I mean, I'm always unhinged.
Yeah, you are.
But but Unhinged Anna and Unhinged Stalker is the best.
For Nancy, I'll continue to be the respectable, measured journalist of the program.
It's true. By the way, this is technically the Dawn Sensen program, and I know Dawn never goes into these subjects, so I apologize for muddying the airwaves with my filth during your precious time. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
again, opinions.
Yeah.
All these self-righteous people will be like, are you a credible news station? No, we're not a credible news station. No, we're not.
You should know that by now.
Come on.
But we try when stories break, we try to give you the
thank you, Tony.
The actual facts. We get the facts first. See, like the story about this woman who was crying yesterday about her Maryland man husband who filed who filed charges of domestic violence, and now you got the senator from Maryland, where my son and daughter-in-law live, he's going to fly to go get an actual El Salvadorian resident out of a prison.
Yep.
Those are the kinds of things you're like, why?
Yep.
Why? It's not your job. You don't go to another country and tell the president how to run his country there. So that's what we respond to. We get the facts first. We get all the facts, and then give opinions.
Yes. And by the way, even though we're not a quote news station, how many times do we throw out the word allegedly all the time?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we are responsible.
But the wife's court records against this guy in El Salvador, the Maryland man, the father of all these kids, and the woman who was crying yesterday, she wanted him away from her. He was committing, according to her court records, documented records, he was domestically abusing her, and now she's crying because he's in a jail in his native country.
Yeah, this is exactly what they did with George Floyd, by the way. I remember Nancy Pelosi calling him a martyr, like he asked to die or something. And then it comes out his long rap sheet, and he was, burglarized this woman and put a gun to her pregnant belly. Like he was not a good guy.
Yeah.
Not a good guy. Moving along to sports.
Yeah.
Sports.
Hey.
Eagles
Sports.
QB Jalen Hurts has been selected to the 2025 Time 100, an annual list of the 100 most influential people in the world.
Wow.
But my favorite is that right under it was a Twitter post by Adam Schefter.
Mm-hmm.
And the number one comment under it says he doesn't deserve it.
Oh, yeah. He's a great human being. He's done more for air conditioning in Philadelphia public schools than any elected donkey.
Yeah, any member of city council, any other private citizen, even the teachers' unions who get, not the teachers who are working hard, but the teachers' union presidents who, get money from the federal government. They're not doing as much to help the schools.
No.
It's people like, private sector. How can you not have air conditioning in Philadelphia public schools and still have asbestos in many of these schools?
Yeah.
That's the outrage.
It is. It is.
AC will do more for those schools than Ritalin will, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So
By the way, 91
Absolutely.
91 LSX are just knocking it out of the park with his commentary.
Is he the tweeter of the year?
He's
or the YouTuber of the year?
So I have a couple favorites. I'm not gonna lie. I love Road Warrior, Chris Eppolito, all great. Like I have a lot of favorite, the ones that are nice to me.
yeah.
No, but you usually like the ones that are just based.
But 91 LSXer he's the best.
Oh yeah. He's a friend of the show. He's a friend of my show too.
Oh, is he?
The Friday night show.
Yeah, he loves all.
He's
of us.
one of those.
Yep.
No, but he shows up on Kevin Pulls. They show up on Friday nights too.
Yeah.
A lot of these other phonies on there.
Phonies.
They're
You're
just
right. You're right, Tony.
they're not going to give me. They're not going to give me love. And that's the bottom line.
Right.
Road Warrior says, as a matter of fact, we're incredible. Get it? Incredible.
I see.
Love that.
So what did LSXer say?
I can't. I don't. I don't want to repeat things. Okay.
You're just teasing us. Go to the YouTube chat if you want to see it.
Go to the YouTube chat and you can see exactly what he said. I'm not going to repeat it.
Hey, Greg, this is a radio show. Could you stop placating and pandering to the people on YouTube?
Yeah.
I love those comments.
It's don't get me started.
40% bigger audience than sports shows on YouTube. Suck it.
Take that.
Yeah.
I thought this story was interesting because it kind of applies to my life, but more Americans are choosing to live a child-free life.
Uh-oh.
I tried
According to studies.
I created the concept.
Looks so peaceful.
It is.
What people say. According to a recent study, more and more Americans are opting for what many call a peaceful and quiet childless life. A team of researchers from Michigan State University discovered that the number of people in the U.S. deliberately choosing not to have children has doubled within the last 2 decades. The research didn't state the specific reasons as to why Americans don't want kids, but based on things like the state of the world, the fickle economy, and the desire for a life of freedom, there's probably a slew of reasons why adults don't want to procreate.
Yeah. Well, the average, I think, what is the stat that's out there? The average cost to raise a child from birth until 18 is $1 million.
I gotta tell you, Anna Hummel, this is the God's honest truth. I was in your boat 5 years ago.
Yeah.
7 years ago, maybe. And I was like, I never want kids. My wife never wanted a kid. Like we were
But accidents happen?
Well, no.
When
Absolutely
the pandemic happened.
Absolutely not. This was well planned out, and I gotta tell you,
all right.
It completely changed my thinking on this. Like I laugh and say how I hang out in my basement and hide from my family, but it changed my life, honest to God.
So
for
you
the
had
better.
the kid, and then you were like, your position changed. But what changed your position if the kid was planned? You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, it was just me getting older, feeling my mortality, and like. What the?
I feel that.
Like, what am I gonna? What am I gonna?
No.
What am I gonna do with
the
rest of my
second you
life?
have a
Play
child?
golf. That's what you do. You play golf.
The second you have a child, your life changes forever.
Thank you,
Not
Tony.
forever, for at least 21 years.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably forever, but
Here's what you do, Anna. To avoid being like Greg and I, just find a full-time radio job, relocate, leave your family, tell them to catch up to you in a couple of years.
Because that's
or move to Florida.
That's what I've done twice.
Oh, you already did. That's right. She already did.
Yeah, I did. I made the Jewish migration about 40 years premature, and it's been awesome. But everyone told me when I turned 30, they're like, you're gonna want kids. You're gonna feel like that maternal instinct kicked in. I'm telling you, when I turned 30, it went in the opposite direction. And I used to think I was weird because I'm like, why doesn't a woman that doesn't want a kid?
You're not a
But now I've
single
just
childless
embraced it.
cat
I've just
lady,
embraced
are
it.
you? Are you what JD Vance despises?
I don't have a cat. That's too much responsibility for me, clearly. So I'm just kind of free balling.
I'm telling you.
I just want to wake up, do radio, go to jujitsu, eat good food, see a friend. Done. I'm happy.
You can do
happy girl.
You can do all that, by the way. Like, yeah,
With a child?
The first couple years are a little tough, but like you can do all that.
Not to pull the sex card, the gender card here, but I feel like it just takes such a different toll on the female.
I just love the fact that Anna says she just wants to free ball.
I just want a free ball. I just want a free ball life, man.
Folks, that's your boyfriend needs to wife you up real quick. I mean, that's wife material right there.
Thank you.
Are you anti-marriage too?
I'm not like anti. I don't care what other people do.
Yeah.
I'm a libertarian, stay out of my personal affairs kind of person. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, let's get
I
into
think
your
I was
personal
really,
affairs a little bit. Are you a commitment phobe?
No. I mean, I'm basically like married now without the
Children.
paperwork.
Yeah.
Yes, and without
Me
without
too.
the children.
Yeah, me too.
Come on, Robin, you got to get on that.
Yeah.
It's been like 3 years since he did the end of the night proposal.
Lock that down.
Let's go.
Men like Tony Bruno don't come
together
around.
We've been together 18 years, so we're technically married.
That's true.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I feel like people focus way too much on the wedding and not the relationship.
She's got the damn ring. That's all that matters. She wears a ring.
He went to
she
Jared.
wears the
I put a
Oh,
ring.
that's
I
funny.
put a ring on it.
He put a
ring on it, but
put a ring on it.
closing the deal. It's a cash flow situation. I got to build my damn house.
Get a cash flow.
By the way,
Yeah.
I'm not shaming you. I don't know. There's absolutely nothing wrong with knowing you
I
don't want
idolize
kids.
you.
I'm fine with that. I'm just my whole point was that at 30 and probably 36, 37 too.
Yeah.
I was exactly where you were, and then all of a sudden.
It all
changed.
changed. Here, you know what it is? I want to make it as easy as possible to leave, like for myself and the other person, so that I know that they want to stay, so that I know I want to stay. I don't want want people to feel trapped with me or me trapped with them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more romantic to me where you don't have to stay together, but you do because you love each other and you're having a good time.
You're not doing
versus
it for
it's
a title.
a pain in the ass to
right.
leave.
Yeah. No title,
You know what I mean?
no
That's more
status,
romantic.
no goofy bridal gifts and all this other hogwash.
No. None
all a
of
scam.
that. So, yeah, I'm basically live like I'm married. I'm happy with that. I got the man. We're good.
Yeah.
So.
And most men kind of like that, the fact that you don't want to put the pressure on them.
Exactly.
No pressure.
Yeah.
No pressure. That's unnecessary. I'm not religious. Like, who cares? Like,
I honestly could have. I could have done exactly what Anna and Tony, like my wife and I were living together. We bought a house together.
Right.
Like it was just, we were, and at some point I was like, I probably should ask her to marry me. You know what I mean? But like,
did she want to get married?
I mean, she would have gone on as long as we did without getting married. She just kind of, I asked her, and of course she said yes because we, but she was like, you didn't need to. Like I didn't need all this.
It's amazing. I'm the only guy that played the quick game here. Stocker drew it out. Bruno's drawn it out. Hummel's a commitment phobe.
Yeah.
Harry Mays is the only man to walk away from one divorce with money. I got married when I was 12.
Yeah.
How old were you really? Like 20?
No, I started dating my wife at 18.
Okay.
The year we graduated high school. I met her the summer after we graduated high school, so like the June after graduation.
Yeah.
And then we got engaged at 24. So everything is 6 years apart. 18 dating, engaged and married at 23, 24, kids at 30, pandemic at 36.
Oh.
Everything is 6 years apart.
Okay, gotcha.
And
When I got married at 21. I met she was 18, I was 20. We got married, she was 19, I was 21, but we didn't have kids until we were married for 7 years. So, I could have kids in their late 50s.
Yeah.
Uh,
if that's the case. So, no, you do it. And then, I grew up and moved around, but you start early, you have your kids, 3 kids, and that was done. Boy, then girl, and boom, it's over. It's a final. And then you move on. And now, I don't want any more kids.
Yeah,
I want
behind
having grandkids.
you.
Is
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
I don't want any more. Like I'm one and done. Like I don't want any more kids either. Like I'm good with having just one.
I was one and done as well. I just created 2. Buy one, get one.
It was BOGO, yeah.
Yeah, it was like Acme.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, you're gonna subject your child to being an only child. Like I was an only child and I was fine. Like I'm completely stable.
The bigger question is why they would be subject the kid to stalker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We are way over.
All right, let's get out of here. Dom is in studio. We'll chat with him, see what he has lined up coming up next as we put a bow on a Wednesday show.
By the way, you're welcome, Don Stanza, for this riveting content during.
Yeah. Stanzel, you better come to the table with spitballing fire tomorrow. I want you blowing gaskets and giving hot takes. 12 days in Italy. It's outrageous. Back after this.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25. All supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Kayal and Company, the Dawn Stensland Show, technically. Dom time coming up momentarily, as Dom and I were just chopping up some golf conversation. Here's an idea. I'm just saying, if I'm willing to do a golf podcast with Dom, if Dom's willing, if Stalker wants to pitch it, if they want to sell it, I talk golf all day with this guy.
Absolutely, as long as the hard thing, Nick, is you're playing a course from last year, Bauer, right?
Yes.
I mean, what we have to go through as talk show hosts, to go to a premier golf thing.
Yes.
Play with great listeners.
Yes.
It's tough. It's tough duty. I tell my wife that all the time. This is an all-consuming job.
That's right. The struggle is real, folks.
For God's
The
sake.
struggle is real.
We're not curing cancer here.
No, we're trying to cure my slice.
Splitting the
Right,
atom.
yeah.
For the love of God.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we were talking about this, and Anna had this in the news about 20 minutes ago. The latest revelations here in Pennsylvania with Shapiro and Balmer, and I know you're going to get into that coming up shortly.
Yeah, Nick, we didn't want to say it before, but this guy, even the beard, there's a certain thing he's trying to do with this. Why in the world does the public not know this? That Penn Live has to go and get it, that the state police and the prosecutor don't put this out. And you're starting to hear a few Democrats and a few Republicans say, not the state police investigating, full investigation. That's what's needed here.
Mm-hmm. You're right. And it's just so frustrating when you see these situations where you think you have an idea as to motive, what might be ailing the alleged suspect, and then, you have to, and I get it because you don't want to smear people, but I looked at this guy from Jump Street, and I immediately knew that something was off here. The mom, the report comes out, I think it was yesterday, we mentioned it at the beginning of the show today, the mom tried to have her son committed to an institution or a facility 3 days before this happened. Right?
This is always the tension with all this. Nobody, in my experience, I've said it 30 years, they never just go and do this the first time. They act out at various levels. They're getting worse. And then they really go over the line. And the system, we want individual rights, but there's got to be a line here where there's an intervention.
Yeah. When there's red flags, act on it.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, Tony Bruno, good stuff. We'll do it again tomorrow for the full 4.5. The full 4, because Stensland's back tomorrow. Full 4, you ready?
All right. I'm ready to go as long as you possibly can. I have
I believe that.
I'm an old guy. I'm one of those. I'm a senior, but I'm an active senior. You know what I mean? You got to stay active when you become a senior.
Don't say that too publicly. The guy that does the scheduling's listening.
By the way, Nick, Rob M writes in, when is the Kayal and Company listener golf outing? Well, if you would have listened to the Travis Manion Radiothon, you could have bid on a golf outing with both Nick and Dom.
Yeah.
You guys are both going, or Nick, you're going on the 28th, right?
I'm doing Bala this Friday, then Dom and I will be both, we have 2 of them, right?
Yeah, June 2nd in Cape May.
June 2nd in Cape May.
Cape May?
Yeah.
Who signed off on this?
I know.
I believe it's in Cape May, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sonia. Yeah, it could be in China. Yeah.
or Japan, where Chris Forsyth is.
We're going to play the Kayal and Company Open in Tokyo. All right, great stuff, Bruno. We'll chat tomorrow. Anna, great job.
Wow. Oh, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
2 full weeks
you.
of playing with us, and you did a great job.
Thank you for having me.
It took you less than 2 weeks to get a bobblehead. It took us 6 months to get T-shirts here. It's great work out of you.
Go.
Good job,
All right,
Anna
I appreciate
Hummel.
it. Thank you so much.
You got
It's
it.
been a pleasure.
Dawn will be back tomorrow. Greg will be back next week. Maybe he'll have 4 bruised fingers.
I might not be back next week.
By the time he returns.
Oh, my God.
How do the fingers feel, by the way, as you sign off? You okay?
It'll be the Nick, Dawn, and Anna Hummel show.
Okay.
Coming up.
Yes. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Stay tuned. Dom is up next.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a 3rd-generation